Chapter 9-11. Gu Nianji was wearing a very elegant and mature red dress today. The front was slightly exposed, and a necklace with pigeon blood rubies and diamonds slid across her snow-white collarbone. If it weren't for the fact that her face and expression were still brimming with the elegance of a young girl, the dress alone would make her look 4 or 5 years older than her actual age. However, this was the benefit of being beautiful. No matter what she did, it would only make her look prettier and have a different kind of beauty. Sitting on the sofa, she happened to look about the same age as the male students who were 4 or 5 years older than her. It actually made her look more harmonious. Beside these students, she looked at ease, and her smile was relaxed and carefree. Unlike when she was with Hu Xiaoheng, her attitude was reverent but distant. Unlike when she was with He Zhichu, her expression was always respectful but distant. He Zhichu laughed self-deprecatingly and was in no hurry to walk over. He would let Gu Nianji enjoy the happy time with her peers. He couldn't lock her up in a cage, could he? Although he really wanted to do that, it was only a thought. He Zhichu walked to the bar next to the dance floor and sat down. He pointed to the bartender, "Give me a tequila sunrise." Tequila sunrise was a world-famous cocktail. It used tequila as the base and mixed with various freshly squeezed juices. It had the sweetness of fruit wine and the spiciness of tequila. It was very suitable for He Zhichu's current mood. The bartender's hair was dyed red, and his forehead was dyed gold. The color of his hair would have been an eyesore under natural light, but it was surprisingly fitting in the glass with the Christmas lights shining on it. He looked at He Zhichu and asked with a smile, "Are you also with those students?" The bar had been booked by the master's students from the B University Faculty of Law. He Zhichu didn't look like a student, so the bartender wanted to confirm it. He Zhichu nodded, "I'm their professor." "Oh." The bartender happily snapped his fingers to indicate that he understood. He turned to take out a bottle of Mexican imported tequila from the liquor cabinet and began mixing it. At the same time, Hu Xiaoheng had just gotten out of the car at the entrance of the military auditorium. In the car, he changed into the military uniform that Fan Jian had brought for him. It was a formal Major General's uniform. The golden pine leaves on the epaulets shone with a golden star. It was very imposing. The weapon belt around his waist tightened around his muscular waist, making his long legs even more eye-catching. "Major General Hu, this way please." The female soldier at the entrance of the auditorium was a member of the song and dance troupe. She had specially recognized all the VIPs present today. If she called them by the wrong name or title, it would be a mistake. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and handed over his invitation. The female soldier personally led Hu Xiaoheng into the hall and helped him find a seat. Surprisingly, it was the second row in the middle of the auditorium. Sitting in the first row were older generals like General Ji. The lowest rank was a lieutenant general. The second row was much freer. Hu Xiaoheng looked up and saw that his parents were both sitting in the same row. Hu Guanchen was sitting next to Song Jining and was talking to her with his head lowered. Song Jining sat up straight with an indifferent look on her face. No one knew if she was listening or not. Hu Xiaoheng looked at his seat and saw that it was on the other side of Song Jining. He adjusted the brim of his hat and walked over. "Xiaoheng, you're here." Song Jining looked up to see Hu Xiaoheng walking over. Ignoring Hu Guanchen's words, she stood up in surprise. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. "You're here too." He then sat down on the other side of Song Jining. Song Jining had arrived a little earlier and ended up being dragged away by Hu Guanchen to talk. She was about to die of annoyance, but she didn't want to embarrass him in public. If she did that, not only would Hu Guanchen be embarrassed, but she would also be embarrassed. She didn't want to embarrass herself because of someone she had nothing to do with. Therefore, she only sat there patiently and thought about her experiment. She didn't hear a single word that Hu Guanchen said. Now that Hu Xiaoheng was here, Song Jining finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it would be a really sad night. Hua Xiaoheng sat down and looked at the seating arrangement. He vaguely felt that it was arranged in advance. The news of him attending the performance had been reported the day before yesterday. The people in the seating arrangement had arranged the three of them together. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flickered slightly. He leaned towards Song Jining to listen to her. Song Jining's first words were, "Why did you come alone? Where's Nianji? You didn't bring her." Hua Xiaoheng choked. He quickly glanced at Song Jining and said dryly, "Nianji's class has an activity today. She went to participate." Oh. Song Jining accepted Hua Xiaoheng's explanation. She had spent her entire life in a school and research environment, so she was very accepting of these kinds of situations. That's right. It's Christmas Eve today. University students all like to take this opportunity to have fun. The new postdocs in our institute are all clamoring to celebrate Christmas Eve. Hua Xiaoheng clasped his hands in front of his chest and narrowed his eyes. Your institute is only a research institute. If the military also celebrates Christmas, haha, Song Jining glanced at him and frowned. That's not necessary, right? Not necessary. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was calm, but his words were a little harsh. There has never been a performance on Christmas Eve. What do you think? A coincidence. Song Jining sighed and didn't speak. At that moment, a surprised voice came from Hua Xiaoheng's side. Major General Hua. Is that you? Hua Xiaoheng turned his head and glanced over coolly. He discovered that it was actually Kai Xingnan walking over and sitting next to him. On Kai Xingnan's other side, Prime Minister Tan Dongbang walked over and sat down. Separated by Kai Xingnan, Tan Dongbang extended his hand to Hua Xiaoheng and said happily, Major General Hua, nice to meet you. Hua Xiaoheng could only extend his white-gloved hand to shake his. Prime Minister Tan is also attending the military's performance. What an honor. Major General Hua is too polite. Prime Minister Tan's face was glowing as he pointed to the stage. Today is little darling's first performance. I was worried that she would have stage fright, so I came specifically to support her. Hua Xiaoheng withdrew his hand and smiled. Prime Minister Tan's beloved daughter is extremely skilled and has seen much of the world in the United States. How could she have stage fright? Prime Minister Tan is worrying too much. He then asked, where's Mrs. Tan? Why isn't she here? That's true, haha. Prime Minister Tan laughed heartily. My wife isn't feeling well, so she won't be coming. Xingnan will be attending in her place. Also, if I had known that Major General Hua would be here as well, I wouldn't have come. With you here, little darling will definitely not be afraid anymore. What a statement. It was as if Tan Guiren and Hua Xiaoheng had some sort of relationship. Even Hua Xiaoheng, who had always been calm and collected, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Song Jining was infuriated listening from the side. She tilted her head with a straight face and said, It's Prime Minister Tan. Don't get impeached again if you speak so carelessly. If our Xiaoheng's pure reputation is ruined by one sentence from you, I won't just stand by and watch. Tan Dongbang's smug smile instantly froze on his face. It was like someone was strangling him, and his face almost turned purple. Although he had won the impeachment case, it was still embarrassing. Most people didn't dare mention it in front of him. He hadn't expected Song Jining, the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, to retort. His expression quickly changed several times. Prime Minister Tan was about to speak when Kai Xingnan already made her move. Madam, may I ask who you are? Our Prime Minister's words and actions are all based on evidence. There is no slander. Please don't threaten my client. Kai Xingnan was the Prime Minister's secretary in Tan Dongbang's private legal team, so there was nothing wrong with her saying that Prime Minister Tan was her client. Tan Dongbang was greatly relieved and regained his smile. He pretended to be magnanimous as he patted Kai Xingnan's hand. "Little Kai, don't be so formal. I know your professional abilities are strong, but that Madame Song is Major General Hua's mother. Aren't you offending Major General Hua by saying that?" Ha 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 ha. Kai Xingnan was shocked. She hadn't expected this stunning lady who looked only 27 or 28 years old to be Hua Xiaoheng's mother. She was too young. Was she his biological mother? Kai Xingnan recalled the information she had gathered on the Hua Xia Empire's top officials. She regretfully discovered that most of her information was about the members of the Senate. She didn't know anything about most of the military officers, and even some of the important government officials. That was why she was blushing. She thought about it and leaned forward. She reached out to Song Jining with Hua Xiaoheng in between them. "You are Madame Song, Major General Hua's mother. I really couldn't tell that you're so young and already have such an outstanding son like Major General Hua." Her arm hung across Hua Xiaoheng's thigh. It was slender and natural, with the lingering charm of a ballet dancer. Kai Xingnan had indeed practiced ballet since she was young, so her bearing and temperament were much better than the average girl's. However, this posture didn't look very pleasant. Song Jining frowned at her and reached out to push her arm back. "Madame Kai wants to talk to me." "Okay." She turned to Hua Xiaoheng and said, "Xiaoheng, let's switch seats. You sit with your father. He's too noisy and it's affecting my ability to watch the program." Hua Guanchen had been smiling and watching the drama unfold. He hadn't expected Song Jining to sell him out in order to help her son out. His expression instantly darkened. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't have asked for more. He took Song Jining's arm and stood up from the seat. "Please sit here." Then he said to Prime Minister Tan and Kai Xingnan apologetically, "Prime Minister Tan, Madam Kai, my mother really likes music. When she appreciates music, she doesn't like noisy people around her. I hope you can understand." These words made Prime Minister Tan and Kai Xingnan immediately blush. Wasn't chattering at a concert something that the most uncultured people did? Hua Xiaoheng's words had needles hidden in them. They weren't rude at all, but the meaning behind his words was like a whip lashing at Prime Minister Tan and Kai Xingnan. He had said this to, on one hand, attack Prime Minister Tan and Kai Xingnan's spirit, and on the other hand, indicate that his family didn't want to talk to them, so they'd better shut up. This is the first update. Today is the third update. Asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today is Monday. Especially for recommendation votes. At 1 p.m., monthly votes for 3,900 plus updates. At 7 p.m., the third update. P.S. Thank you to Momo Moshi, Bagel 16, and So Many Moms for the 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 9:12. Prime Minister Tan and Kai Xingnan were both from scholarly families, so it wasn't that they didn't know the etiquette of attending a concert. It was just that in their hearts, they didn't even consider a military arts performance as a concert. To them, this was another social occasion. Since they were going to socialize, talking was unavoidable. Furthermore, it wasn't even time to start yet. Hua Xiaoheng saying this was completely disrespectful. Ever since the impeachment, Prime Minister Tan valued his reputation more and more. He couldn't tolerate the slightest bit of contempt or neglect from others. However, today, he had been reprimanded by Song Jining, the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, and then slapped in the face by Hua Xiaoheng, the Major General. It was really hard to swallow. His expression darkened and he was about to explode, but Kai Xingnan quickly gave him a look and said quietly, "Uncle, don't make things difficult for cousin." Thinking of his beloved daughter, Tan Guiren, Prime Minister Tan finally let out a long sigh and swallowed his anger. Not long after, General Ji and the others entered and sat down in the front row. Hua Xiaoheng and Hua Guanchen both stood up to greet them. General G and the others also greeted Prime Minister Tan and said very kindly and politely, "It's rare for you to come to the performance. It's our honor that your daughter can join our military art troupe. I hope she can continue to shine and bring glory to our nation. Thank you for your kind words, General G. Little darling is a hardworking child and has talent. She has been longing to join the military art troupe this time." As Prime Minister Tan said this, he couldn't help but glance at Hu Xiaoheng. The corners of Song Jinning's eyes twitched. Just as she was about to beat Prime Minister Tan's thoughts back, she heard Hu Guangchen chuckle and say, "Prime Minister Tan, you're too kind. Actually, we've been longing for Miss Tan to join the military art troupe. Isn't that right, Xiaoheng?" Song Jinning finally understood where Prime Minister Tan got his confidence from. It turned out that someone had given him a reassurance pill. It was really hard to guard against a thief in the family. In front of so many people, it was up to these two old men to be shameless. Song Jinning snorted inwardly and was about to retort with a straight face when she saw the lights in the auditorium dim and the performance begin. She could only shut her mouth and enjoy the art troupe's performance with everyone else. It had to be said that this performance was practically Tan Gairen's solo performance. Other than the violin solo and concerto, Tan Guiren was the center of attention even during the chorus and the dance. The TV cameras were on her, and the stage lights were on her. When she stands on the stage, all the people become her scenery board. She really plays the violin very well. When she picked up her piano, she only had her own piano in her heart and eyes. The melodious music flowed from her fingertips and reverberated throughout the performance hall. Her skills were exquisite, her emotions were full, and her deeply hidden thoughts were all vividly displayed. She performed even better than when she won an international award in the United States. At the end of the song, the audience was silent for a few minutes before bursting into thunderous applause. Even Song Jinning had to admit that although this girl looked a little silly, her zither playing skills were superb. Jinling Bar did not prohibit smoking. He Jichu sat calmly in front of the bar counter, the sleeves of his custom-made olive green shirt rolled up to reveal a low-key but luxurious limited edition watch on his wrist. He held a lighter in one hand as he lit a cigarette and took a slow drag. As he waited for the bartender to make his drink, He Jichu turned around and looked at the large flat-screen TV hanging on the wall of the bar. Because the students had booked the entire place, the bar was much cleaner, and the faintly discernible old Christmas songs became background music. The bar, which was usually crowded with people from all walks of life, was now more elegant. The TV was originally playing a sports program, but when He Jichu saw the Hua Xia Empire's national men's soccer team playing, he immediately felt that it was worse than the bartender's blonde hair dyed red. He immediately changed the channel. When he changed the channel, it was actually the news channel. He Jichu turned up the volume. Soon, the students on the other side of the bar saw He Jichu. Several students immediately came over to greet him. "Professor He. I didn't think Professor He would actually come. What would you like to drink, Professor He?" "My treat." First, a few boys who wanted to get close to He Jichu ran around to get him food and red wine. Then a few courageous girls also came over. "Professor He, you're only here now." "Yes, Professor He, if you had come earlier, you would have been able to watch an idol drama." The girl who had just been jealous of Gu Nianji was angry. She couldn't stand the sight of the boys circling around Gu Nianji like bees to honey. He Jichu didn't say anything and smiled as he took a sip of his cocktail. The girl saw that He Jichu wasn't as cold and distant as usual, so she boldly asked, "Don't you want to know who's the lead in the idol drama?" He Jichu was in a good mood today. He smiled and blew out a smoke ring. He shook his head. "I don't know." He Jichu actually answered. The girl's heart skipped a beat. She immediately said, "It's Gu Nianji." She was kissing a man in a luxury car at the entrance of the bar. Everyone saw it, right? She nudged the girl next to her. The girl was a bit afraid of Hijichu. She muttered, "I didn't see it with my own eyes. I heard it from the boys over there. They were at the entrance to pick her up. I heard they saw it with their own eyes." "That's right, I didn't start a rumor." Gu Nianji didn't deny it when they were making a fuss. If she didn't deny it, then it was true. Although Hijichu was mentally prepared, he had to admit that he was still panicking. But what could he do? No matter how much he wanted to, he could only endure it until Gu Nianji graduated. Hijichu's expression didn't change at all. He coughed and said coldly, "What do you mean by telling me all this?" "You're telling the teacher about classmates dating. May I ask how old you are?" Hijichu said sarcastically. He turned around and took another sip of his tequila cocktail. The girl who passed the message froze and looked at Hijichu suspiciously. Wasn't there a rumor at school that Hijichu and Gu Nianji were in a student-teacher relationship? Was it not? He didn't seem angry at all. The veins on Hijichu's forehead were about to explode. Fortunately, the other girls were quick-witted and quickly said, "That's right, what's wrong with Gu Nianji being intimate with her boyfriend? You're such a busybody." As they spoke, they pushed the girl who had been jealous of Gu Nianji to the side and began to flatter Professor He. They didn't have to chase after Hijichu, but with Hijichu's status, they wanted to familiarize themselves with him. When they graduated, it would be very useful for finding a job or writing recommendation letters. Everyone wanted to suck up to him, so who would be stupid enough to make him angry? Hijichu's behavior was also very obvious. Other than the girl who had been jealous, Hijichu didn't say a word to anyone else. However, when it came to other students, be it boys or girls, he would talk to them in a pleasant manner. Whether it was about studies, work, or American universities, he would tell them everything he knew without holding anything back. His status in the hearts of the students rose by a few levels. In the past, Hijichu always had an air of superiority about him. He was the famous flower of the Faculty of Law. Now, he was gentle and kind. He really had the air of a gentleman, so more students surrounded him. Gu Nianji saw Hijichu from afar. She wanted to go over, but seeing that he was quickly surrounded by her classmates, she didn't go over to join in the fun. "Your tequila sunrise." The bartender finished mixing the drink and passed it to Hijichu. When Hijichu turned to accept his cocktail, the news channel he had already tuned to was broadcasting a piece of news. The military art performance is just around the corner, and the military art troupe has delivered a satisfactory performance tonight. The world-renowned violin virtuoso, Miss Tan Guiren, is also the only daughter of Prime Minister Tan. She joined the military art troupe and gave a stunning performance to the military leaders, cabinet leaders, and parliament. Immediately after, a melodious violin concerto played from the high-quality surround sound speakers. The sports channel only had images of the soccer match earlier, so the volume was off. Hijichu wanted to watch the news, so he turned up the volume. He didn't expect it to be at its loudest. He instinctively looked in Gu Nianji's direction. As expected, everyone was attracted by the sound of the television and looked over one by one. On the large television screen, Tan Guiren was wearing a long, sequin purple dress. The neckline was wide open, revealing her snow-white breasts. Her long hair was curled into large curls and swayed passionately as she played the violin. It was a different kind of temptation. Immediately after, the television camera switched to the audience below. Traditionally, the most important people were seated in the first two rows of the stage for this kind of performance. Although Hu Xiaoheng's figure only appeared briefly on the television, Gu Nianji still recognized him at first glance. This was the second update. Monthly tickets for 3,900 plus updates had arrived. Today was the third update. Asking for recommendation votes and monthly tickets. Today was Monday. Especially recommendation votes. Third update at 7 p.m. Chapter 9:13. The beautifully decorated military hall was no longer as solemn as it was in the past. Instead, it was filled with an exotic charm. Gu Nianji watched the scene on TV and was slightly surprised by Tan Gairen's attire, but she didn't spend too much time thinking about it. This kind of person could only make her sad once, but to make her sad a second time. Tan Gairen wasn't important enough. She wondered if this was the military arts performance that professor he was supposed to attend. She didn't expect Hu Xiao to go as well. She knew that Hu Xiaoheng never went to these kinds of performances. In the past, when she was still with him in Sea City, he was either out on a mission or accompanying her at the base on Christmas Eve. Of course, things were different now. Now that she was of age and out of his protection, he would have more time to do his own things. Gu Nianji's heart was a mess. She wasn't jealous, nor was she upset. She was just a little lost, really, just a little. He Jichu didn't miss the slightest change in Gu Nianji's expression. He also saw Hu Xiaoheng on TV, but he wasn't surprised at all. At a time like this, with Hu Xiaoheng's status, it was only a matter of time before he showed up, and such events would happen more often in the future. It seemed like Nianji really couldn't get used to it. He Jichu thought about this and felt sad for Gu Nianji, but he also felt a sense of relief and joy. He had always felt that Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't be able to break up, but from the looks of it today, it wasn't necessarily impossible. In a split second, He Jichu took the remote control and changed the channel. He said to the bartender, "Play dance music." The bartender informed the bar's DJ to follow He Jichu's instructions and pick some melodious Christmas music. Soon, the middle three songs of Edelweiss were played in the bar, and the lights dimmed, leaving only colorful lights lingering around. He Jichu parted the crowd surrounding him and walked over to the sofa where Gu Nianji was sitting. He extended his hand to her. "May I?" Gu Nianji looked up at He Jichu in shock. She was so stunned that she couldn't speak. He Jichu smiled. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes were very alluring under the colorful lights. He Jichu bent down and whispered in Gu Nianji's ear, "You won't be so rude, will you?" Gu Nianji quickly grabbed his hand. "Of course not. Professor He, you're exaggerating. It's just a dance with everyone." At this time, there were already 2s and 3s of students on the dance floor. Everyone was already a master's student, so there was no one who didn't know how to ballroom dance. He Jichu held Gu Nianji's hand and put his other hand around her waist to slow dance with her. The movements of the two were surprisingly harmonious. Whether it was the rotation or the staggered steps, it was as if they had coordinated for thousands of times. Gu Nianji was also puzzled. Why was she so compatible with He Jichu's dance moves? When she was dancing with Hu Xiaoheng, it took a lot of effort to coordinate. He Jichu wrapped his arm around Gu Nianji's waist and looked down at her confused expression. He suddenly said, "Actually, I taught you ballroom dancing. Gu Nianji, when you were young, when you saw my family holding a ball, you wanted to learn. I taught you personally." The corners of He Jichu's lips curled up bit by bit. "Otherwise, how could we work so well together?" At that time, Gu Nianji was short, chubby, and mischievous. She was also restless when dancing and almost stepped on his feet until they were swollen. However, he enjoyed it and didn't care at all. He taught her very carefully until he could teach her. Unfortunately, she left him not long after. Gu Nianji frowned and thought about it. "Really? But I don't remember anything at all." The corners of He Jichu's mouth twitched. If she could recover her memory, would there still be a Hu Xiaoheng? Of course, he only thought about it in his heart and couldn't say it out loud. This was related to a man's pride. "I'm not in your memory, but you still remember me from your dance moves," He Jichu said coolly as he led her around again. On the dance floor, the scene of the two embracing and dancing was captured by someone. Soon, Hu Xiaoheng's phone vibrated with a notification. He took out his phone and quickly glanced at it. In the end, he saw a photo of He Ji-chu and Gu Nianji dancing together. Not to mention, Gu Nianji was dressed up in a mature and elegant manner today. It was a perfect match for He Ji-chu, who was equally elegant and aloof. If one only looked at the photo, they would be a perfect couple of similar ages. No one would be able to tell that they were actually 10 years apart. This photo was taken by the Special Operations Forces personnel protecting Gu Nianji. Otherwise, it wouldn't have reached Hua Xiaoheng's phone. Hua Xiaoheng quietly turned off his phone. However, he clenched his fist tightly and only relaxed it after a long time. He also didn't expect He Ji-chu to actually go to Gu Nianji's class's Christmas party. Therefore, the clothes and jewelry he picked for Gu Nianji today really helped He Ji-chu. The performance by the military art troupe was very successful this time. For 2 whole hours, Tan Guiren came out again and again to bow during the final curtain call. Everyone stood up and applauded enthusiastically. The audience even specially arranged for 2 children to hold large bouquets of lilies to present to her. Tan Guiren, who was hugging the lilies, was as beautiful as the lilies in her hands and naturally fragrant. Even Kai Xingnan, who somewhat looked down on her, had to admit that at that moment, Tan Guiren's beauty was truly incomparable. She couldn't help but quickly glance at Hua Xiaoheng. However, she saw that he was looking down at his phone and wasn't looking at Tan Guiren on stage. Kai Xingnan's depressed heart slowly rose with an indescribable joy. Fortunately, his flirtatious and talented cousin didn't attract Major General Hua's attention tonight. After the performance ended, Kai Xingnan calmly walked backstage to congratulate Tan Guiren. "Cousin, you played so well today. I felt like I was back in the Golden Hall of Carnegie Mellon in the United States and saw the international award-winning Miss Tan," Kai Xingnan said as she kissed Tan Guiren's cheek. Tan Guiren was also very nervous and excited. She grabbed Kai Xingnan's hand and said repeatedly, "Cousin, are you serious? I really played well today. I'm telling you, I was even more nervous today than when I participated in the international competition. If there was one note wrong, I would definitely jump off the stage on the spot. How could that be? You played really well." Kai Xingnan encouraged her again before taking Tan Guiren, who had removed her makeup, to the small performance hall next door for the celebration party. Hua Xiaoheng originally wanted to leave, but his father, Hua Guanchen, pulled him back and forced him to talk to General Ji and the others. Hua Xiaoheng had no choice but to be patient and chat with General Ji and the other VIPs. General Ji was also very busy today. After talking to Hua Xiaoheng for a bit, he went to the other side with the VIPs for tea. Hua Xiaoheng didn't follow them and turned to walk out the door. From the corner of his eye, he saw his father, Hua Guanchen, stopping his mother, Song Jining. He didn't know what he was going to do. He frowned and walked over. "Miss Song, do you want to go back with us?" Song Jining couldn't have asked for more. She quickly said, "Yes, I was just about to go." Hua Xiaoheng said to his father, "Hua Guanchen, dryly, General Ji and the others are all over there for tea. Shouldn't you go too?" Hua Guanchen really wanted to go, but he had an appointment with Prime Minister Tan. Seeing that they weren't coming, he panicked and saw that Hua Xiaoheng and Song Jining had already walked out of the small recording studio. He quickly chased after them. In the hallway outside, he could only see Hua Xiaoheng and Song Jining's backs. They turned a corner and were about to go out. Hua Guanchen hurried a few steps and was about to call Prime Minister Tan when he saw 3 people in front of him. It was Prime Minister Tan, Kai Xingnan, and Tan Guiren. Hua Guanchen exhaled deeply and quickly walked in front of Hua Xiaoheng and Song Jining. He said to Prime Minister Tan, "You're finally here. Did something happen?" Kai Xingnan realized that Hua Xiaoheng hadn't left yet and raised her eyebrows in surprise. She had tried to delay Tan Guiren for a while, but she still hadn't succeeded. Huo Guanchen praised Tan Guiren again. At the same time, he said to Huo Xiaoheng, "This is Miss Tan, whom I often mention to you. You also know her. Since everyone is free today, why don't we?" Song Jining didn't wait for Huo Xiaoheng to speak. She already put on a smile and interrupted Huo Guanchen. She said to Prime Minister Tan, "Prime Minister Tan, I can testify that General Huo Guanchen has always been full of praise for Miss Tan and can't forget her. Don't worry, General Huo Guanchen and I have long since divorced. If he wants to remarry, I'll raise both hands in approval. If it's Miss Tan, then it'll be an even better match. It'll be even better." It was the third watch. Today was the third watch, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today was Monday, so I'm especially looking for recommendation votes. Moi, everyone. P.S. Don't worry, everyone. I'm your biological mother. Chapter 9:14. After Song Jining finished speaking, everyone except for Huo Xiaoheng, who remained calm and collected, looked as if they had been struck by lightning. Huo Guanchen could already feel a sweet, fishy taste in his throat. He almost vomited blood on the spot. He glared at Song Jining angrily and clenched his fists. He didn't know how much he had to pay to not act rashly. Prime Minister Tan and Kai Xingnan were dumbstruck. The two people who had always been eloquent and quick-witted in front of others couldn't find a single thing to retort. Tan Guiren was the only one who seemed to be scared out of her wits and couldn't think straight. She couldn't care less about being reserved and avoiding suspicion. Trembling with fear, she asked Huo Xiaoheng, "Major General Huo, you think so too?" "But I don't." Her eyes were brimming with tears, and her frail body was trembling. She looked like a frightened rabbit. Huo Xiaoheng still looked calm and collected. He stared straight ahead and didn't speak. Song Jining snorted and looked at Tan Guiren sympathetically. "Miss, why don't you grow up? Why are you asking the son about the father's business?" She then said to Prime Minister Tan, "You and your husband are really too much. I told your wife last time that there was something wrong with your upbringing, but she didn't believe me. Look at what you've raised, such a good daughter. I'll leave it here. That's all for today. If I hear something like that again, Prime Minister Tan, then I'm sorry." Song Jining raised her chin slightly and looked disdainful. Never underestimate the extent to which a mother can go for her children. If you don't understand, go back and ask your wife. I'm sure she understands what I mean. Goodbye. After Song Jining finished speaking, she walked away. Huo Xiaoheng didn't say anything and quickly followed her out of the military auditorium with Song Jining. Looking at the backs of the mother and son, Tan Guiren finally knew that her beautiful dream had been shattered into pieces. She would never be happy in this lifetime. Covering her face, tears dripped from between her fingers and wet the front of her shirt. Kai Xingnan was happy and sad at the same time. Her emotions were very complicated as she hugged Tan Guiren's shoulder and said firmly, "Cousin, don't cry. It's okay. It's definitely okay." Prime Minister Tan watched as the apple of his eye sobbed. His heart ached so much that he wanted nothing more than to strangle Huo Guanchen to death. He took a step forward and blocked Huo Guanchen's way. He lowered his voice and said, "What does Director Song mean? I didn't offend her, did I? This is what you meant by no problem. Shouldn't General Huo give us an explanation?" Huo Guanchen was so angry at Song Jining that he gritted his teeth. He couldn't be bothered to play along with the Tans now. He didn't expect Song Jining to have such a bad impression of Tan Guiren and react so strongly. Naturally, he didn't dare to play matchmaker anymore. Straightening his uniform, Huo Guanchen said coldly, "Nothing forcibly done won't be sweet. Since we can't come to an agreement, then forget it. Goodbye." With that, he hurriedly left the military hall. All three members of the Huo family had left, leaving only Prime Minister Tan Tan Guiren and Kai Xingnan in the hallway. "Uncle, are you giving up just like that?" Kai Xingnan asked tentatively. "Why don't we just forget it? The Hua family isn't an ordinary family. It's best if we don't offend them." Prime Minister Tan really couldn't take this lying down. He grinned, and his smile was almost ferocious. "That's fine too. Unless he never gets married for the rest of his life, then I'll respect him." Kai Xingnan's heart trembled, and she didn't reply. It was a winter night in the imperial capital, and the wind was biting cold. The night sky was illuminated by the streetlights with a dim yellow glow. Thick layers of clouds overlapped and pressed heavily on top of their heads. Hua Xiaoheng asked Fan Jian to drive the car over as he said to Song Jining, "I'll take you back." Song Jining had driven her own car over. She originally wanted to drive back herself, but then she thought it would be good to talk to her son. She nodded. "My car is still in the parking lot. Find someone to drive it back for me." As she spoke, she tossed the car keys to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng caught it. After getting into the car, he casually handed it to Fan Jian. "Drive Director Song's car back to the Institute of High Energy Technology when you have time." "Yes, Chief." Fan Jian took the car keys and placed them in the small hidden compartment in front of the car. Hua Xiaoheng and Song Jining sat on the left and right of the car. The car drove steadily and left the military auditorium, heading in the direction of the Institute of High Energy Physics. Song Jining had just bought a house, and it was still being renovated. It couldn't be lived in, so she was still living in the dormitory of the Institute of High Energy Physics. The two of them sat in the back seat and didn't speak at first. After the car drove for a while, Song Jining crossed her arms and glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. "Xiaoheng, you're not young anymore. No wonder your father is planning for your marriage." She could tell that this son of hers was in high demand. Everyone was eyeing him covetously and fighting for him. "Hua Xiaoheng, why aren't you saying anything?" Song Jining sighed softly and her voice softened. "How should I put it? I understand your father's intentions. He just wants to find a girl who matches your family background to be your wife." Hua Xiaoheng finally scoffed and didn't comment. "Don't disagree." Song Jining turned to the side. "I'm telling you, I also have a request. Don't think that only your father has a request." "What request do you have?" Hua Xiaoheng's voice was very calm. "That's new." Song Jining had never discussed this issue with Hua Xiaoheng openly. Today, she was probably stimulated by Hua Guanchen and Prime Minister Tan's plan, so she was in the mood to share her thoughts. "Of course I have a request," Song Jining said enthusiastically. "To be honest, it's important to match your family background, and I don't oppose it. But I've always thought that matching your family background is a way to make up for the lack of quality in the person. To borrow a saying from the internet, I call this situation a lack of quality in family background to make up for it. If the person's quality is strong enough, why would there be a need for a matching family background? She can hold up the family background on her own." After a pause, Song Jining further comforted Hua Xiaoheng's heart. "The person you're going to spend the rest of your life with is that person, not her family. Never put the cart before the horse." Hua Xiaoheng thought this was a little interesting. He turned around and looked at Song Jining for a while. He smiled and said, "Then your requirements are even higher than General Hua's." "Of course." Song Jining didn't hide her bias at all. "Your mother doesn't have any other requirements. Family background and appearance aren't important. What's important is IQ and character. To say the least, bad character can be remedied with nurturing, but innate factors like IQ are useless no matter what. You have to think clearly. If the mother's IQ is low, the child can't be saved." Hua Xiaoheng, he curled his lips and said half-jokingly, "Then I'll have to ask Ms. Song to help me check. Anyone who wants to be your daughter-in-law must pass your IQ test." Sure. Song Jining decided. I'll come up with a set of questions when I get back. 100 is the full score. Anyone below 90 is out. Hu Xiaoheng, he shifted his position uncomfortably. He thought that with his mother's obsession with scientific research, she might really be able to do such a thing. He hesitated for a while, then lowered his voice and said, "The test is pretty good. Which aspect do you want to focus on?" Hu Xiaoheng was worried that a certain someone would punch him in the chest with her small fists if they were all questions related to high-energy physics and biochemical medicine. Song Jining held back her laughter and said seriously, "I haven't decided which aspect yet. However, I've been quite busy recently. I'm worried that I won't be able to find time to come up with the test questions and delay your marriage. How about this, I'll ask Nianji to help me come up with the questions. You have so many girls around you, but I think she's the only one with an IQ that's off the charts." The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's lips couldn't help but curl up. He smiled and said leisurely, "That's not good, is it? Are you going to openly cheat?" "Cheat?" Song Jining deliberately widened her eyes. "Ha! I didn't say that Nianji would take the test. How is that cheating?" Hu Xiaoheng, he had been tricked by Ms. Song. Seeing Hu Xiaoheng reveal a rare expression of grievance and awkwardness, Song Jining laughed happily. Fan Jian, who was sitting in the front row, heard everything clearly. He couldn't help but sigh. This was a real mother, a proper real mother who made fun of her son. After laughing enough, Song Jining finally held Hu Xiaoheng's hand and said gently, "Xiaoheng, Mom didn't participate in your childhood and also missed your adolescence. Mom doesn't want to make the same mistake again." Hu Xiaoheng wasn't used to such tender moments. He coughed lightly and discreetly removed his hand from Song Jining's grasp. He changed the topic. "Since you said that today, Prime Minister Tan probably won't try anything funny. However, I'm afraid General Hu won't let you go so easily." Song Jining's seat was next to Hu Guanchen's today, so it was obvious what he was thinking. Hu Xiaoheng didn't want his parents to get back together at all, but this was ultimately a matter between his parents. He wouldn't voice his opinion and add to his parents' troubles. Song Jining was least afraid of Hu Guanchen. She turned her head and frowned. "It's definitely not possible between your father and me. Xiaoheng, will you blame me?" Hu Xiaoheng quickly raised his hands. "Miss Song, I won't interfere with you too. Can you not interfere with me, too?" This meant that he was going to wash his hands of the matter. Because Song Jining was worried about her son, she still treated Hu Guanchen well on the surface. At least, she had never publicly disrespected him like she did today. Today, Song Jining discovered that Hu Guanchen didn't care about her son and her wishes as a mother. He insisted on sending her son and that silly girl, Tan Guiren, together. Her father, Song Haichuan, had been a child prodigy since he was young. She herself had been a genius all her life. Although her son wasn't a genius, he was precocious and even more brilliant than a genius. He knew to hide his abilities and bide his time. She didn't want to think about her son's next generation and have his IQ drop. The best thing that parents can leave their children is not wealth or status, but intelligence. Song Jining pointed at her own head. "Think carefully. Don't be led astray by your father's twisted logic." In Jinling Bar, the Christmas dance party for the first-year Master of Law Class 1 had already reached its climax. The ballroom music had already been switched out, and the DJ was now playing a powerful and rhythmic Christmas song. Men and women danced on the dance floor as if they were crazy. He Jichu had come down a long time ago. He had no interest in the energetic dance of these young people. Gu Nianji didn't dance either. It wasn't that she wasn't interested, but that she didn't know how to dance. She knew a bit of Latin ballroom, but she didn't really know how to dance. Of course, the main thing was that she couldn't dance in the clothes she was wearing today. How embarrassing. She only danced a few times with Hijichu. After that, Hijichu sat on the side and talked to her. Someone came to ask Gu Nianji to dance, but Hijichu looked up and saw the person leave. Hijichu had drunk a lot today, but he wasn't that drunk. Seeing Gu Nianji sitting on the side, bored, he couldn't help asking her, "Do you want to go back?" Gu Nianji nodded and looked down to take out her phone to send Hua Xiaoheng a message. Hijichu had already stood up. "Let's go. I'll take you back to the dormitory." As soon as he reached out, Gu Nianji smelled the strong smell of alcohol. She couldn't help but stay silent. Putting away her phone, she said, "Professor He, let me drive." It was common sense not to drink and drive. It wouldn't be too late to call Hua Xiaoheng when she got back to school. Hijichu shook his head. "I'm fine. Let's go." He led the way. Gu Nianji was worried about Hijichu, so she hurriedly said something to a classmate and followed. Not long after they left the bar, someone made a phone call to someone outside. Gu Nianji got into Hijichu's car, got into the driver's seat, and started the car. Hijichu sat in the front passenger seat and put his hand across his forehead. He popped a pill into his mouth and said dryly, "I have sobriety pills. I'm fine." Gu Nianji wrinkled her little nose. "I'll open the window for a bit. I smell alcohol." Hijichu smiled and waited for the alcohol in the car to dissipate. He was already sober, so he said to Gu Nianji, "Let me drive." "I'm fine." Gu Nianji refused. "I'm good at driving too. Don't worry." She drove slowly anyway, so she wasn't afraid. Hijichu saw that she was insistent, so he didn't say anything else. He sat quietly to the side and watched as she stepped on the gas and drove onto the street. There was almost no traffic on the streets of the imperial capital late at night. Gu Nianji drove at a moderate speed, and the entire journey was smooth. She was in a good mood, so she turned on the car stereo and found some music to listen to. Hijichu smiled as he looked ahead. He wanted nothing more than to drive like this forever, all the way to his home, but after a while, Hijichu straightened in his seat and looked at the rearview mirror. He whispered to Gu Nianji, "Someone's following us." Gu Nianji also glanced at the rearview mirror and saw that there were two cars that looked like modified sports cars. "We're not far from school. Turn this way and we'll be there in 10 minutes. Gu Nianji looked at the navigation system and said calmly. She suddenly stepped on the gas pedal. Although Hijichu's car wasn't a modified sports car, no sports car could keep up with him when he got cocky. Gu Nianji stepped on the gas pedal, and the car sped up like an arrow released from a bow. The cars behind were left further and further behind, and gradually became two small black dots. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. She was about to slow down, so she stretched her foot to step on the brakes. Once, twice, and thrice, sweat broke out on her forehead. Professor He, The brake seemed to have malfunctioned. This was the first chapter with 4,000 words, and today was the third chapter. Asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. My friends were amazing yesterday. They actually broke 4,200 votes in one go. Monthly votes 4,200 plus chapters at 1 p.m. Third chapter at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to the leader, Bagel16, for tipping 20,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 9:15. Hijichu's eyes flew open and he looked straight ahead. Brake malfunction. His voice was calm, sarcastic, and even a bit disdainful. Gu Nianji glanced at Hijichu, her palms beginning to sweat. However, Hijichu's calm expression infected her and she quickly calmed down. She gripped the steering wheel tightly and didn't try to step on the brake or accelerator again. She tried not to collide with any other cars. Fortunately, there weren't many cars on the street. Otherwise, it would be difficult to guarantee that they wouldn't collide with other cars. What do we do? Professor we're on the street. Gu Nianji's eyes sparkled as her mind raced to find the best route from the car's navigation system. She had to avoid the crowds and cars while also ensuring she could safely escape. She really wanted to call Hu Xiaoheng, but he was attending the military arts performance. He should have turned off his phone at this time, so calling would be useless. Also, couldn't she escape on her own? She had survived the deserted German Alps. This was the downtown area of the imperial capital of the Xia Empire. It couldn't be more dangerous than that. Anyway, as long as she didn't continue to step on the accelerator and avoided other cars, then drove to the deserted suburbs, the car would gradually slow down and they could jump out. Gu Nianji turned on the flashing lights to indicate that there was a problem with the car and told the cars behind to keep their distance. She looked at the navigation system and said to He Zhichu, "We can turn onto this side road. It's more deserted there. There's a small river about a mile away. If the car was still going very fast, they could consider driving into the river and using a hammer to smash the window open to escape." An escape hammer was a necessary tool in the car. He Zhichu turned to look at her strangely. "Nianji, aren't you afraid at all?" Gu Nianji nodded. "I am afraid. But what's the use of being afraid? It's not like it can save my life. If you're afraid, think about how to save yourself. I've been in more dangerous situations than this in the Alps. What's the point?" She suddenly stopped talking and saw He Zhichu looking at her from the corner of her eye. Tears seemed to flash across his shimmering, sultry eyes. Gu Nianji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Professor what's wrong? Don't tell me you're scared silly." He Zhichu came back to his senses and looked ahead. He said aloofly, "I thought you would have a psychological barrier after experiencing such a car accident." He knew that Hu Xiaoheng had rescued Gu Nianji from a serious car accident. He also knew that Gu Nianji had suffered a huge shock and lost her memory. "Gu Nianji, you think too much. How many years has it been?" "Hu Xiao has long cured my psychological illness with the 10-kilometer cross-country weight-bearing run. Besides, shouldn't you be thinking about how to inform the police?" Gu Nianji thought He Zhichu's brain had gone haywire. To talk about psychological problems at a time like this. Ors. Looks like I really need to thank Hu Xiaoheng. He Zhichu muttered. He lowered his eyes and thought and snorted. "Are you sure you want to call the police?" "Why not?" Gu Nianji was even more confused. "Shouldn't we call 110 to find the traffic police for this kind of thing?" He Zhichu crossed his arms and said calmly, "Use your brain. Think about it carefully before you decide if you should call." Gu Nianji, "Professor shouldn't that be the first reaction for this kind of thing?" Gu Nianji was confused. "The brakes don't work, and it's a busy city. Shouldn't we call the police and wait for the car to crash?" "Yes, that should be the first reaction. That's why you fell into a trap." He Zhichu looked at her from the corner of his eyes and suddenly reached out to help her turn the steering wheel to the side. Gu Nianji realized that she had been driving against the white line. She quickly focused her attention on the road ahead and thought about He Zhichu's words. She said thoughtfully, "Okay, if we shouldn't call the police, then why? You can think of it this way. What did the other party want to do by breaking my brakes?" "Murder," Gu Nianji said tentatively. She blushed when she heard He Zhichu's snort and immediately said, "No, this isn't a big downhill or a highway. Even if we hit the curb now and force the car to stop, it won't be life-threatening." "Okay, that's interesting. Then what?" "Then they aren't trying to murder you, but why would they break your brakes?" He Zhichu glanced at her. "Yes, they broke the brakes so you could call the police." Gu Nianji, she seemed to understand. Under normal circumstances, If the brakes were broken, they would have to call the police whether they hit the curb or crashed into another car to stop. The other party wants us to call the police. However, the other party is going through all this trouble not to give the police a chance to save us, but... Gu Nianji seemed to remember something, and her face paled. That's a trap. Once we call the police, we'll walk right into the trap. He Jichu nodded with satisfaction. You're worth teaching. He was about to explain further when his eyes flashed and he saw the flashing police lights in the rearview mirror. He said dryly, "Look, they're here even if you don't call the police. They're obviously trying to set us up." Gu Nianji looked up at the rearview mirror and was shocked to see a series of police cars appear behind them. They were flashing their lights and locked onto their car, trying to force them to stop. Gu Nianji was extremely nervous and turned the steering wheel into the small road. The navigation system showed that there was a small road that led to a small river not far away. Are you scared? He Jichu tilted his head to look at her. If you're not scared, then switch seats with me. I'll drive. Gu Nianji glared at He Jichu and couldn't help shouting, "Are you crazy? The brakes are broken, and there are police behind us. You want to switch seats with me now?" He Jichu held the steering wheel and smiled. "Look, the brakes are broken, and we can't continue to step on the accelerator. When the police catch up, we'll be in trouble." "What trouble?" Gu Nianji refused. "Professor He, you drank alcohol. It's trouble for you to drive." "I'm fine. I took some sobriety pills and am fine now." He Jichu didn't want to reason with Gu Nianji anymore. He held the steering wheel with one hand and unbuckled Gu Nianji's seatbelt with the other. He nodded at her. "I'll count to 3. Make room for me. I'll sit over there." Gu Nianji suddenly realized that He Jichu, who looked thin and tall, had shockingly strong hands. She was completely immobilized by him. She could only nod and murmur, "I'm also crazy." As she spoke, she heard He Jichu count to 3. She bent over and stood up. He Jichu sat sideways behind her and held the steering wheel with both hands before moving his legs over. Gu Nianji quickly climbed into the passenger seat and put on her seatbelt with trembling hands. He Jichu turned to look at Gu Nianji and said, "Nianji, promise me that you won't tell anyone about anything you see or any equipment, including Huashaoheng. Can you promise?" Gu Nianji pursed her lips. "Professor He, do you have a reason?" He Jichu looked down. "My car and I don't want to be lab rats." Gu Nianji understood and blinked in surprise. He Jichu smiled at her and said softly, "Thank you." He reached out and fumbled under the steering wheel. He found a button and pressed it. A small LED screen rose up from under the steering wheel. It looked like a control screen. He Jichu said dryly, "The person who broke my brakes definitely doesn't know that my car has 2 systems." As he spoke, he placed his finger into the groove of the LED control screen and used his fingerprint to unlock the second system. The car let out a low roar, and the engine even stopped for a moment before it suddenly started again. Even Gu Nianji could clearly feel that the entire performance of the car was different. It was quieter and more comfortable. She couldn't even feel the little bit of turbulence from before. He Jichu stepped on the brakes and it was ready to be used. He slammed his foot on the accelerator and drove forward at high speed. From the rearview mirror, Gu Nianji could vaguely see that the police car they had just shaken off had caught up. He Jichu pursed his thin lips and quickly pressed a few times on the LED control panel to switch to video mode. Gu Nianji looked over and was shocked to find that it was like a car recorder. The difference was that this recorder recorded the entire car at all times, including under the car. On the LED control screen, she could clearly see 2 perverted men crawling under the car and destroying the brake system. Then they took out 2 bags of white powder and stuck it tightly to the car's chassis with black tape. Gu Nianji's mind was instantly filled with thousands of mythical beasts galloping. This move was truly vicious. This is the second update, and the monthly votes have been delivered to 4,200. Today is the third update, and I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. 7 p.m., the third update. P.S. I corrected some typos in the chapter this morning. I was worried that everyone would be anxious, so I posted it as soon as I finished writing and didn't catch bugs. Chapter 9:16. Gu Nianji was now able to think through the entire incident in a coherent manner. First of all, the other party had predicted their reactions almost perfectly. They seemed to have predicted that Gu Nianji wouldn't look for Hu Xiaoheng, because Hu Xiaoheng was watching a performance in the military auditorium. Under normal circumstances, his phone should be turned off. Under normal circumstances, she should be looking for the police, especially the traffic police. As long as she called the traffic police and got them to rescue her, the car would fall into the hands of the police, and the white powder under the car would undoubtedly be discovered by the police. Getting into this kind of trouble on the eve of her graduation would be like pouring dirty water on herself. Even if she could clear her name, it would still leave traces. She was a law major, so what future did she have? Not to mention her, even He Zhichu would probably have to retire from the legal world, especially since the other party had 2 packets of white powder on them. She and He Zhichu each had 1 packet. In other words, the other party had also predicted that she would get into He Zhichu's car. Gu Nianji couldn't help but sneer. Hu Xiaoheng had just sent Song Jining to the entrance of the Institute of High Energy Physics when he heard his phone ring. He answered the call with his Bluetooth headset and asked simply, "What happened?" It was the Special Operations Forces member who had been following Gu Nianji. The person's voice was a bit anxious through the Bluetooth headset. "Hu Xiao, Miss Gu just got into He Zhichu's car and was chased by the police. Should we chase after them?" Hu Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. Why are they being chased by the police? Wait. He immediately switched to Gu Nianji's phone number and called her. Gu Nianji heard Hu Xiaoheng's special ringtone and quickly picked up. She said nervously, "Hu Xiao. The performance is over." Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. He suddenly felt a bit guilty. He replied. "What happened? Why are the police chasing you?" Gu Nianji sighed in relief. "You know. That's great, Hu Xiao. It's like this." Gu Nianji quickly explained the predicament they were facing and finally said, "We're in a difficult position now. Someone probably tampered with the car, so we don't dare to let the police catch up." She restrained herself from mentioning the 2 systems in He Zhichu's car, as well as the video recorded on the omnidirectional video recorder. She only mentioned the part of what He Zhichu had asked her to deduce. Anyway, when Hu Xiaoheng and the others searched the car, they would find the 2 packets of white powder stuck to the bottom of the car. Hu Xiaoheng took out his phone and turned on the GPS. He quickly found Gu Nianji's location and sent the coordinates to Zhao Liangze. He texted him, "This area is within a 5-mile radius. Send the Special Operations Forces to seal it off as a special situation." Zhao Liangze received the news and immediately took action. First, they notified the Imperial Capital Police Headquarters and obtained authorization from them to lock down the area within a 5-mile radius of the coordinates that Gu Nianji had sent. Then, they sent out the Special Operations Forces Domestic Enforcement Team. In the country, they used the identity of special forces as a cover. All of them wore hoods that covered their faces, revealing only a pair of eyes. They also wore night vision goggles. They could be considered armed to the teeth. Even if they were secretly photographed, they would definitely not be able to tell who was who. Because Hu Xiaoheng was close to the place and it was the weekend, he temporarily acted as the commander and ordered Fan Jian to drive there immediately. The Special Operations Forces enforcement team sat in an armed patrol car and quickly rushed to the destination with the authorization from the police headquarters that Zhao Liangze had sent over. At this time, the police cars were almost at Gu Nianji's location. Hijichu parked the car by the river. The wheels sank deep into the mud by the shore. This explained how a car with broken brakes could stop. He had already put away the second system. The system in the car returned to normal. Other than Gu Nianji, no one knew the true condition of the car. Gu Nianji got out of the car and waited by the river for a while. She felt a little cold. The coat she wore was cashmere. It was light and stylish. It was fine to wear outdoors for a short period of time, but it wouldn't keep her warm for long. In addition, the Dior dress she wore was a spring style and didn't have much wool. She began to shiver after a while. Her feet were numb from the cold, and her lungs ached from the cold air when she breathed. Hijichu also only wore a mid-length cashmere coat and a Burberry cashmere scarf around his neck. With the light from the car lights, he caught a glimpse of Gu Nianji's snow-white face and bloodless lips. Hijichu untied his scarf and wrapped it around Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji quickly refused. "Professor He, I'm not cold. You can put it on yourself." Hijichu grabbed her hand and held it in his. "Your hand is already cold. How can you say it's not cold?" As he spoke, he untied his coat and wrapped it around Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji wanted to refuse, but his embrace was really warm. Inside the coat that he had just unbuttoned, there was steam rising, and there was a very pleasant smell. It was not the fragrance of flowers, nor was it a man's perfume. It could be the shower gel he used, or it could be his own clean and refreshing smell. This scent was unexpectedly familiar. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and didn't refuse anymore. She was really cold. Why wasn't Hu Xiaoheng here yet? At this time, the Special Operations Forces enforcement team was outflanking them. The police didn't have the specific coordinates. When they arrived, they discovered they couldn't get in. A soldier wearing night vision goggles and a hood walked out of the darkness with a semi-automatic rifle. He gestured for them to turn back. "This place has been locked down. You can't go in." "Why?" A police officer jumped out of the police car. "We received a tip-off that there was a big crocodile here. We chased it for a long time to get here. This is the authorization letter from your police headquarters." The man shook his hand and showed them a printed authorization letter. "Step back. If you come any closer, you'll be violating military orders." The man's voice wasn't loud, but his unhurried tone was oppressive. The police officer looked at the authorization a few times and was unwilling to give up. He took out his phone and called headquarters. When he confirmed that it was indeed an order from headquarters, he glared at the man and pointed. "I'll remember you. When are you guys leaving? Don't interfere with our official duties." The man ignored him and only aimed his gun at him. The police also had guns, but how could a small pistol compare to a semi-automatic rifle? These people were tall and burly. One look and you could tell they weren't easy to deal with. There was no other way. The police officer looked curiously in the direction that had been locked down and waved his hand. "Go back and check the tip-off number." The police cars roared and left. Only the police light seemed to remain on his retinas. When Hu Xiaoheng arrived in Fan Jian's car, he saw that the Special Operations Forces enforcement team had already locked down the area. The police hadn't been able to enter in time. He nodded slightly and put on his night vision goggles. He got out of the car and walked in. He didn't walk far on the dirt road. After turning a corner, the view in front of him suddenly widened. At this time, the thick clouds in the sky had already dispersed. The sky was filled with twinkling stars. It was a vast plain with no end in sight. Not far away, a small river flowed quietly. The bright moonlight shone on the water, causing it to sparkle. A car plunged into the mud by the river. A man and a woman stood next to the car, hugging each other. It was as beautiful as a silhouette in an oil painting. This is the third chapter. Today is still the third chapter. Please recommend and vote. P.S. The previous chapters have also been revised. Some have corrected typos, and some have changed some details. If you have time, you should notice some differences when you read it from the beginning. Chapter 9:17. Hu Xiaoheng stopped abruptly and didn't continue forward. Looking at the scene in front of him, a poem suddenly appeared in his mind. The stars hang over the vast plains, and the moon surges over the great river. He then thought of a few lines from the Book of Odes, Pass by the Osprey, in the state of the river. A fair lady is the lover of a gentleman. His fingers moved, and he took out a cigarette from his pocket. He lowered his head and closed his hand slightly. The lighter flashed, and he lit the cigarette in his hand. He took a slow puff. The flame between his fingers flickered in the dark night. He Jichu saw a flash of light from the corner of his eye. He quietly looked up and saw a tall figure standing not far away. He held a cigarette in his hand and silently looked over. He didn't expect Hu Xiaoheng to come in person. He Jichu immediately pressed the self-destruct button on the car key in his hand and calmly destroyed the second system in the car. The engine of the car that was stuck in the mud had long since died, and the self-destruct mechanism had silently twisted the two systems into a ball. Even if the most powerful mechanic dismantled the car, they would not be able to tell that there used to be two systems here. He Jichu nodded at Hu Xiaoheng and let go of Gu Nianji. He took a step back, took off his coat, and draped it over Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji sensed something was wrong and followed He Jichu's gaze. The tall, unmoving figure not far away was Hu Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji restrained herself. Her eyes flashed quietly, but she didn't walk over. Hu Xiaoheng looked away and half-turned to call the people behind him. Go, find out what's going on with that car. The mechanical experts, criminal investigation experts, and intelligence experts of the Special Operations Forces immediately walked over to the car that was stuck in the mud. Hu Xiaoheng followed behind them and arrived in front of He Jichu and Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji's little face was as pale as snow, and her lips were as pale as a lotus under the moonlight. The tip of her nose was slightly red, and it was obvious that she was freezing. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her and looked at He Jichu. What happened? Do you have any clues? He Jichu shook his head and said coldly, unexpected disaster. I have no idea what happened. But did you encounter the police on your way here? I did. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. The police also have a lot of problems. You have to be mentally prepared. I'm afraid they won't stop so easily. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and tightened her coat around her. Taking a deep breath, she said, We were chased by a police car. They should know our license plate number. The moment the traffic police checked the license plate, they knew who the car belonged to. Therefore, even though Hu Xiaoheng had sent the Special Operations Forces to stop the police who had received the tip-off would not let the matter rest. He Jichu said sarcastically, Of course. They should be investigating by now. What do you want to do? Hu Xiaoheng held a cigarette in one hand and put the other in his trouser pocket. He was wearing an overcoat made of military wool, and underneath it was the uniform he wore when he attended the military performance. It was made of thick wool, so it wasn't cold at all. His fingers twitched when he saw Gu Nianji's pale face, but he resisted the urge to feel her forehead temperature. A gust of cold wind blew, and Gu Nianji shivered. Hu Xiaoheng threw away the cigarette in his hand. I'll get Fan Jian to send you back first. He called Fan Jian over through his Bluetooth headset. Drive the car over and send them out first. Make sure to take the other road. The worker with the scanning equipment discovered something under the car. He quickly put on his gloves and climbed down from the raised back of the car. He successfully removed the 2 packets of white powder. Gu Nianji had only seen the 2 packets of white powder on video. She didn't think it was a big deal at the time. Now that he saw the 2 packages, his breathing almost stopped for a moment. Each packet weighed 2 kilograms, so 2 packets weighed 4 kilograms. It was enough for them to sit in jail for a long time. There are fingerprints on them. We'll investigate after we collect them. Hu Xiaoheng waved his hand to dismiss his men. He had already received a secret report that the car was already destroyed beyond recognition. There was no need to investigate further. We can't stay too long. He Zhichu turned to look at Gu Nianji. Let's go. Hu Xiaoheng was here on official business, so it wasn't appropriate for him to have too much contact with Gu Nianji. Their gazes met for a moment under the night sky, and then they looked away. Gu Nianji walked up slowly and looked up. Take us back to the parking lot of the bar. What do you want to do? Hu Xiaoheng frowned. Go back quickly. I'll take care of this. Gu Nianji shook her head and chuckled. We want to go back to the parking lot of the bar and report that the police car was stolen. Otherwise, this basin of dirty water would still have a follow-up. He Zhichu understood what Gu Nianji meant and was slightly moved. This was all for his own good, the car was his. If Gu Nianji hadn't been caught by the police in the car accident, the consequences would have had nothing to do with her. But she didn't stand by and watch. Hu Xiaoheng regained his expressionless composure. He glanced at the car and said, the windows are professionally shielded from light. The driver's face shouldn't have been captured. It's still feasible to report that the police car was stolen. He agreed with Gu Nianji's idea. That's why we have to go back and call the police. Gu Nianji shivered again. It was so cold that even her smile was frozen. What if the parking lot had surveillance? He Zhichu said slowly. Wouldn't you be slapping yourself in the face if you called the police like that? Gu Nianji winked at He Zhichu slyly. How could that be? I bet the cameras in the bar's parking lot must have been broken today. He Zhichu thought about the 2 people who had tampered with his car and immediately understood. A faint smile appeared on his cold face. Yes, definitely. The 3 of them didn't say anything else. He and Gu Nianji got into Fan Jian's car and drove off in another direction. It wasn't far from Bar Jinling, so it only took them 10 minutes to make a detour. Knowing their plan, Fan Jian purposely chose a place where the cameras couldn't capture them and finally sent them safely to the street. Gu Nianji and He Zhichu got out of the car and went to a supermarket to kill 5 minutes. Then they walked to the parking lot of Bar Jinling. The bar was still brightly lit. The dance hadn't ended yet. The 2 of them walked to the parking lot and looked around before He Zhichu picked up his phone to call the police. 5 minutes later, a local police car drove over with flashing lights and stopped in front of Bar Jinling. He Zhichu stood calmly in the parking lot and said to the traffic police officer who had come to collect information, "My car has been here since 6 p.m., but it's gone now." Gone. The traffic policeman scratched his head. The person who made the police report had an extraordinary bearing and was handsome. Although he was only wearing a narrow gray pinstripe suit, his every movement was extraordinary. One look and one could tell that he was either rich or noble. The car he said had been stolen was a famous luxury Bentley. How about this? There are usually cameras in the parking lot of bars. We'll know once we get them. The traffic police officer searched the license plate number He Zhichu had mentioned in his system. It matched their records. The owner was indeed He Zhichu. The owner of Bar Jinling panicked when he heard that a luxury car had been lost in his parking lot. He quickly asked someone to bring the parking lot camera records for the police to see. However, the person on duty said with a sad face, "Boss, the parking lot camera was broken a few days ago. We requested to replace it, but you haven't approved it yet." The owner was extremely embarrassed and yelled, "How could you not remind me of such an important matter? Dereliction of duty." Don't even think about getting a cent of this year's year-end bonus. He Ji-chu looked at the owner coldly as he pushed all the blame to the person on duty. He shook his head slightly and said to the traffic police, "Then what should we do?" "Without the camera records, our car was lost for nothing." "Not necessarily. Your car is too expensive. It shouldn't be hard to find," the traffic police said as he reported He Ji-chu's report. Not long after, his walkie-talkie rang. Someone wanted him to take the call. The traffic police officer was confused. He didn't know what was going on. He took out his phone and walked to the side to ask, "What is it?" "Boss, I have someone reporting a theft." "What license plate did you say the car was reported missing?" The traffic police repeated the license plate He Ji-chu had just mentioned and added, "I just checked the system. The owner of the car is indeed this person. He lost his luxury car, so of course he's unhappy." The person on the other end was very surprised and said, "Calm him down. I'll be right there." The traffic police didn't know what was going on, but he still put away the phone and came over with a smile. "Please wait a moment. Our boss will be here soon." "Sir, you lost a luxury car, and the amount is huge. We will definitely file a case." He Ji-chu nodded reservedly, but he was unwilling to wait. "I believe in your abilities, but can we go back first? It's too cold, and I'm worried that my students won't be able to take it. It'll be troublesome for you if they get sick, right?" He Ji-chu used both the carrot and the stick, and the traffic police hesitated again. He Ji-chu was the person who had reported the theft. What reason did he have to detain him? But he had no choice but to listen to his superior. The traffic police was in a difficult position. With a bitter expression, he bowed to He Ji-chu. "Mr. He, please wait a moment. Our boss will be here soon." He added, "If this lady is cold, you can come to my police car to warm up." "No. No way." Gu Nianji and He Ji-chu refused almost in unison. The traffic police froze. "I'll warm up in the police car," Gu Nianji pouted. "I didn't break the law. Why would I get in your police car?" If someone secretly took a photo of her sitting in the police car, then edited it and photoshopped it, she would be in unknown trouble again. As the saying went, it was easy to start a rumor, but it was hard to refute it. He Ji-chu ignored the traffic police and called a taxi over. Fortunately, the traffic police's superior arrived at almost the same time as the taxi. As soon as he got out of the car, the police captain said to He Ji-chu, "You called the police. When did the car go missing?" He Ji-chu put his hands in his trouser pockets and shrugged. "I don't know when I lost it. From 6:00 this afternoon until now." He looked at his watch with his left hand. 11 o'clock. There were 5 hours in between. The police captain folded his hands behind his back and walked around the parking lot a few times before returning to He Ji-chu. "To be honest, we received a tip-off that a Bentley had a major transaction today, but we lost it after following it for a long time. The license plate of that car is your car's license plate." He Ji-chu raised a brow. His expression didn't change. "I see. You mean someone stole my car to commit an illegal act? What does that have to do with us?" Gu Nianji was impatient. She gathered her coat and tugged at He Ji-chu's collar. "Professor He, I'm freezing." He Ji-chu reached back to take her hand. It was icy cold. He immediately said, "I'm sorry. We really can't stand the cold. Goodbye." The police captain was about to stop He Ji-chu when he heard someone call out to him. "Boss. We found the car. It's at Little Chong River. Hurry over." The police captain was overjoyed. He immediately said to He Ji-chu, "Sorry for the interruption." He then got into his police car and drove towards the Little Chongha River. Gu Nianji and He Jichu got into a taxi and returned to B University. The taxi dropped Gu Nianji off at the bottom of her dorm building. He Jichu got out of the car with her and called the taxi back. Gu Nianji asked, "Why did you come down? Isn't it better to take the taxi all the way back to the professor's building?" He Jichu urged her upstairs. "I'm fine. You go up first. I'm going to smoke." Gu Nianji was freezing. She felt like her nose was about to run. In order to not be rude in front of He Jichu, she turned around and went upstairs. He Jichu quietly smoked a cigarette under the big tree in front of the dorm building. He only returned to the professor's building when he saw Gu Nianji's dorm lights go out. On the other hand, the police only found a nearly totaled Bentley stuck in the mud by the river. "Boss, there's nothing in the car. Someone tampered with the brakes. It doesn't look that simple." A police officer reported their findings to the police captain. Hua Xiaoheng and his team of law enforcement officers were, of course, efficient. They searched the area first and didn't leave behind any clues. The police who came to search the area a second time didn't notice anything at all. However, someone was also suspicious. "Boss, this area seems to have been sealed off tonight." The police captain knew what was going on. "Tow the car away. Have Mr. He come to pick it up tomorrow." Gu Nianji took a hot shower after returning to her dorm before going to bed. However, she still caught a cold. When she woke up the next day, her head was heavy and her feet were light. She had a fever and didn't want to get up. Her temples were swollen with pain. She didn't rest for long before she was shocked by Ma Chi-Chi's knocking on the door. "Nianji. Nianji. Look at Weibo. Look at Weibo. Someone is making a big scoop." Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She quickly took out her phone and opened Weibo. She saw that her homepage was filled with photos of a luxury car late at night. Someone posted on the official blog of Peace in the Capital and claimed that they had captured a large police operation on Christmas Eve. They were chasing a luxury Bentley, and the owner of the luxury car happened to be acquainted with He Jichu, the famous professor of law at B University. They asked Peace in the Capital what had happened. Very quickly, another verified account came out and said that they had received a tip from a police insider. They had sufficient evidence to prove that the Bentley was suspected of transporting drugs. The amount was very large and the nature was extremely serious. He Jichu was also a famous person on Weibo. Not only did he have his own official blog, but he also had his own fan club. Therefore, when this news came out, He Jichu's fan club was the first to explode. This group of Mrs. He's fans all came out and fought with the verified account and the secondary account that leaked the news. It was a bloodbath and their fighting power was off the charts. Gu Nianji quickly glanced at the marketing accounts and fake accounts that were stirring up trouble. She immediately called He Jichu. "Professor He, there's indeed someone on Weibo who's stirring things up. Please use your official Weibo account to make a statement." He Jichu had also just woken up. He took out his phone and looked at it when he heard Gu Nianji. He immediately went to the official police blog that he had reported to the police yesterday and said, "Looks like there are clues about my lost car. Please investigate them and see where they got the information. Someone stole my car to commit illegal acts. Not only did they commit theft, drug trafficking, but they also planted evidence and slandered others. I reserve all rights to pursue civil compensation." At the same time, he attacked the verified account and the secondary account that leaked the news. "Wait for my lawyer's letter." This was the first chapter of 4,400 words. Today, there were 2 chapters asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. The monthly votes should reach 4,500 tomorrow. It would be the 3rd chapter then. The 2nd chapter at 7 p.m. Chapter 9:18. As soon as Hejichu posted on his official Weibo account, his fan club instantly went wild. Hubby, kiss me. As expected of my husband. Madam will cook delicious food for you tonight. Those irresponsible influencers are too much. How dare they frame my husband? You must be tired of living. Hubby is so handsome. The lawyer's letter is awesome. I want it too. Tens of thousands of reposts and likes flooded Weibo. In addition, the big verified accounts who knew Hejichu's strength also liked and expressed their support. These VIPs were no ordinary VIPs. Among them were the founders of the largest law firms in the Huaxia Empire, directors of foreign law firms branches in the Huaxia Empire, big shots in the financial world, and the richest men in the real estate industry. As soon as these people made their move, the fake reviewers on Weibo immediately disappeared. Mrs. He's fans had won a resounding victory. The official police blog that Hejichu had criticized also came out to clarify that someone had indeed leaked the news, but Mr. He's car had also been reported missing and had been found. They attached the photo of the luxury car stuck in the mud by the river as evidence, stating that the car had been severely damaged and did not have anything that the informant had claimed. Therefore, the police were investigating the truth behind it and would severely punish the person who had started the rumor. It could be said that the police's response on Weibo, as well as the accompanying pictures, had truly turned the situation around. Even passers-by began to side with Hejichu and condemn the marketing accounts that liked to spout nonsense. At this time, the marketing V's small office was in chaos. He held the phone and roared. King set me up. Didn't you say it was definitely poison? The police are investigating. How did the car get stolen? How would I know? He told me about it. Besides, you also received money. It's a few million. The person on the other side of the phone was a little guilty. A few million. A few million yen, my brother. Do you think it's worth that much? It's not even enough for my lawyer's fees. The verified user slammed the table and roared, if I'm sued, just wait for me to drag you out. The other party panicked and hurriedly comforted him, don't worry, wait a minute, I'll help you ask. Actually, a lawsuit was not a big deal. Could it be that people were not allowed to speak? You're also revealing information, aren't you? Don't worry, I won't let you suffer for nothing. The president said that if the other party really wants to sue, we'll play with them to the end. You know how powerful the Ishihara Corporation is. Although Hejichu is powerful, that is only in the United States. In the Huaxia Empire, he is not as powerful as the Ishihara Corporation. These Japanese corporations have been operating in the Huaxia Empire for many years and were even more powerful in the early years. In recent years, due to the rise of the Special Operations Forces, they had retracted their claws and teeth and gradually faded out of the Huaxia Empire. But the foundation and connections they left behind were still there, and they could be used to serve the interests of Japan at any time. Only then did the verified account's anger dissipate. He did not want to be in a deadlock with the other party. Peace was the most important thing when doing business. In any case, he would scam whoever paid for it. He would clearly mark the price and not cheat anyone. Besides, he was only spreading the news. It wasn't like he was making something up. The police had indeed taken action last night. This was confirmed news, and he even took a screenshot of the police's Weibo account. With that thought in mind, the verified account marketing changed the topic and began to speak softly again. I'm not an inexperienced person. I've been online for so many years and have experienced all sorts of ups and downs. Including those celebrities. Wouldn't they be blacklisted as well? I didn't see anyone actually sue me, but everyone said that they would send me a lawyer's letter. T. Do you think I'm scared? That's right, that's right. Brother De is amazing. We are not afraid of this matter. He Ji-chu must have bribed the police to cover up for him. If he dares to sue, I have even more information for you. The person on the other end of the phone saw that the verified account marketing had admitted defeat, and his backbone stiffened again. This verified account marketing was known as Brother De. He had been online for 15 years and had grown from a small water army to the current verified account marketing. He could earn tens of thousands of yuan with a casual repost and promotion of a Weibo post. He could be considered to have a way of making money. With the Ishihara Corporation backing him up, he was indeed not afraid of anyone. Sunday was Christmas. Gu Nianji watched He Ji-chu's fan club fight against the verified account marketing and the secondary account that exposed He Ji-chu, and she finally got out of bed. She had just finished washing up when she received a call from He Ji-chu asking her to come over. Gu Nianji rushed over without even having breakfast. She knew that it was to discuss last night's incident. When she arrived at He Ji-chu's suite in the professor's building, she opened the door and entered while looking down at her phone. He Ji-chu walked out of the bedroom with a frown. Walk properly. Why are you looking at your phone? Gu Nianji quickly put her phone away and looked up at He Ji-chu with a smile. Professor He, you have so many wife fans. He Ji-chu was speechless. What wife fans? I don't even have a girlfriend. Where would I get a wife? He Ji-chu looked away and walked into the kitchen to make breakfast. What do you want to eat? Gu Nianji looked at the time. It's already noon. I'll have a sandwich and a cup of milk tea. He Ji-chu was the best at making sandwiches. He had 2 pieces of bread dipped in egg, and Gu Nianji's favorite shrimp sandwiches were sandwiched in the middle with mayonnaise. He then cut 2 slices of tomato and a piece of lettuce before rolling them up and placing them on a snow-white bone china plate. Gu Nianji's fingers twitched when she saw it. She stopped looking at Weibo and picked up the sandwich with her hands. He Ji-chu made the same sandwich for himself. Although he didn't like mayonnaise, he was too lazy to make anything else. The 2 of them finished their brunch and began discussing who was behind the scenes to ruin He Ji-chu and Gu Nianji's reputation. However, because they discovered it in time and responded appropriately, Gu Nianji was already excluded. Now, all the attention on the internet was on He Ji-chu. Gu Nianji was in a good mood. She smiled. Professor He, I really didn't know you had so many fans on Weibo. The other party came here for nothing. They're helping you abuse your fans. Abuse of fans could increase combat effectiveness and cohesion. He Ji-chu's fan club gained almost 1 million fans overnight, and He Ji-chu's own official Weibo account was approaching the 10 million mark. He Ji-chu shook his head. This Weibo account was created to find you. I wanted to close it a long time ago. I don't usually use it. Gu Nianji froze. It was when she was in danger in Germany. In order to find her, He Ji-chu had done many things he wouldn't have done otherwise. Gu Nianji knew that He Ji-chu was actually a very low-key person. He wouldn't reveal himself unless it was absolutely necessary. In the past, he didn't have any social media accounts at all. He only contacted her through phone calls and text messages. Gu Nianji's heart softened. It was like eating a freshly baked lava cake. It melted in her mouth, and the heat warmed her from head to toe. When she woke up in the morning, she had a slight fever. She struggled to take an antipyretic and lay in bed all morning. Now, her fever was completely gone. However, when she heard He Ji-chu's words, she felt her head heat up again. It was like she had a fever again. Professor He. Gu Nianji called him softly. The warmth and gratitude in her eyes were very obvious. Thank you. He Ji-chu looked up at her. His shimmering, sultry eyes flickered slightly. He reached out to hold Gu Nianji's hand. There's no need for thanks between us. No matter what it is, I'll do it for you willingly. Gu Nianji looked at He Ji-chu and nodded firmly. Professor I'll help you too. Hijichu was speechless. She didn't understand what he meant at all. Hijichu looked down indifferently and finished the sandwich in his hand in a few bites. He then drank his coffee and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He said coldly, I called you over today to tell you about the case in Japan. The case against the Angel in the World Foundation for illegal donations is progressing well. The Japanese court can't hold on much longer. Really? That's great. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. Her big, black eyes were like glass. It was extremely moving. I knew the #1 law firm in America must be amazing. She gave Hijichu a thumbs up. Hijichu curled his lips slightly. All right, don't be in such a hurry to flatter me. But even if we win the case, we won't be able to get that much money back in a short time. I don't care. As long as we win the case, I'll get the money back even if I have to rush 3 meals a day. Why should I donate to this kind of foundation? Do I look like an idiot? Gu Nianji didn't think much of it. She raised her cup of milk tea. When I didn't know Gu Yanran was Japanese, the things she did made me think she was either stupid or vicious. I only realized later that she was both stupid and vicious. She's really hopeless. Hijichu wasn't interested in Gu Yanran and had no intention of expressing his opinion at all. After finishing brunch, Gu Nianji accepted the task of helping Hijichu draft a lawyer's letter. She happily walked out of Hijichu's professor's building. Not far from her, a handsome young man wearing a black double-breasted uniform stood under a big tree. He kept flipping a coin in his hand, and Beethoven's Symphony of Fate was playing in his headphones. The rumbling piano music really sounded like fate was knocking on the door. In his eyes, everything in the world was probability. Flowers bloomed and wilted, the seasons changed, and people passed each other. All of this could be calculated. He stared at Gu Nianji's footsteps and silently calculated in his mind how many more steps she had before she would bump into an oncoming bicycle. On the small road, the boy riding the bicycle turned around and waved to his companions. A few female students walked over from the other side of the road with books in their arms, chatting and laughing. Gu Nianji brushed past these two groups of people. Time was up. The young man threw a coin. Like a butterfly flapping its wings in the Amazon rainforest, the Atlantic Ocean had a rainstorm. The coin shone so brilliantly in the midday winter light that it reflected brilliantly into the eyes of a schoolgirl who was holding a book. She squealed and covered her face, then stopped. Her companions surrounded her and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Gu Nianji happened to walk right next to them. Seeing them suddenly stop, she instinctively stepped to the side. With this one step, the bicycle that was coming from the other side crashed into her waist. Just as they were about to collide, someone on a skateboard suddenly flew past and raised his hand. The boy on the bicycle was instantly knocked to the ground. Sorry. The person on the skateboard quickly slipped away, leaving only a string of apologies. Gu Nianji was still in shock as she stood on the small road. She suddenly realized something and turned around to look at the young man in black. The young man's face was full of regret. He thought to himself, where did this person on a skateboard come from? I missed him just now. It seemed like my calculation wasn't good enough. I still need to modify it to deal with Gu Nianji. He gave Gu Nianji a 90-degree bow, then turned around and left. In this world, he alone was enough to be the smartest genius. Gu Nianji didn't deserve to live in this world. This was the second chapter of the chapter. Today, there were 2 chapters asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. The monthly votes should reach 4,500 tomorrow. It would be the 3rd chapter then. Chapter 9:19. The youth in a black double-breasted uniform left B University and got into a black Rolls-Royce in front of the school gates to return to the U Mountain Villa area in the imperial capital. U Mountain was quiet but warm in the blue sky and blue clouds of winter. It was a hot spring mountain with large and small springs on the mountain. The geothermal heat was sufficient, so the mountain was still green like spring. Under the shade of pine and cypress, a Japanese building with white walls and black tiles appeared in front of him. The youth pushed open the quaint bamboo fence and walked in. There was a small pond on the left of the courtyard. The water was clear and not frozen, so the geothermal heat was sufficient. On the right was the startled deer stone bowl, and the entire courtyard was designed in the standard cushion court style. The youth walked to the bottom of the doorstep and changed into brown and black wooden clogs. A middle-aged woman in a lotus-colored koi kimono opened the mahogany door and bowed deeply to him. "Young Master Taro, you're back." "Yes." The youth's voice was clear and had gone through puberty, but it didn't sound rough like an adult man at all. He walked into the house and sat on the floor in the living room. He called out to an old man with white hair and beard who was kneeling behind a small coffee table, "Grandfather." A large cursive Zen character hung on the wall behind the old man, and a pot of freshly planted winter jasmine was placed in the corner of the small coffee table. It was bright yellow, so it should have been cultivated in a greenhouse. The old man smiled at him and put down the ladle he was using to get hot water from the pot. His kneeling posture was very proper. "Taro, I heard you went to B University today." The youth nodded, "Yes." There was stubbornness on his face. "How was it? Did you see Gunyenji?" The old man in the same kimono crossed his arms and closed his eyes. "I saw her." The youth didn't say anything else and moved over to make tea for the old man. "How was it? Did you succeed?" The youth's heart palpitated and he put down the teacup in his hand, unconvinced, almost. "So you didn't succeed?" The old man opened his eyes, his gaze like lightning. "You still insist on your theory of order in chaos?" "Yes." The youth nodded, his gaze unwavering. "The theory of chaos states that everything in the world is disorderly and unpredictable. Even the creation of the universe is accidental." "But I don't think so. I think chaos is order and can be summarized and predicted by mathematical algorithms." The old man nodded slightly. "And then? Did you prove your algorithm?" "My algorithm has just been put into practice. There are some deviations, but as long as I modify it, I can still succeed." The young man lowered his head. "I hope grandfather will give me another chance." The old man sighed and looked at the winter jasmine next to the coffee table. He muttered, "Back then, your father and Gu Xiangwen went to America to study under the world's greatest physicist. Your father is the genius of our Yamato nation, while Gu Xiangwen is known as the Chinese genius. Unfortunately, your father is still slightly inferior." The young man's face revealed an arrogant expression. "Grandfather, I don't think father is worse than Gu Xiangwen. He's just too much of a gentleman. Gu Xiangwen is a villain." "No, Gu Xiangwen is not a despicable person." The old man shook his head. "He's just too smart. He's so smart that all schemes are useless in front of him. What your father lacks the most is breadth of mind. Back then, my father and Gu Xiangwen took part in the competition at the same time. My father clearly won, but Gu Xiangwen actually said that the questions were wrong." The young man punched the coffee table angrily. "Yes, that's why your father is inferior to him. Because the questions were indeed wrong, your father's first place in the competition became a joke." The old man's face showed deep wrinkles. "But your father's research always lagged behind Gu Xiangwen's. When Gu Xiangwen's research on the blue planet's magnetic field had a major breakthrough, your father finally couldn't take the pressure. At that time, the famous genius physicist Ishihara Bai-san, who had already made a name for himself in Japan, committed seppuku. I will avenge father. The young man waved his fist. Even if father can't compare to Gu Xiangwen, I, Ishihara Taro, will definitely not be worse than his daughter, Gu Nianji. The old man looked at him deeply. Can you? Grandfather, I used the chaotic order algorithm to predict a series of events, and almost all of them were correct. Ishihara Taro was excited, and his handsome face flushed red. The old man looked at Ishihara Taro's follower. Tufei, speak. Tufei Higashihara was a plump middle-aged man who was less than 1.5 meters tall. He also knelt on the ground and began to explain to the old man what Ishihara Taro had done. President, young master is indeed very impressive. He analyzed our information and came to the conclusion that Gu Nianji would not go to the military to participate in the cultural performance. Instead, she would go to their class's Christmas party. After the party, she would not go home by herself. Instead, she would go back to school with Hijichu. All of these were correct. We used certain channels to find people to tamper with Hijichu's car, and they successfully drove away from the bar. These were all true events that happened, and it was exactly the same as young master's chaotic prediction. The old man laughed. What else? You tampered with more than just putting things in Hijichu's car, right? Tufei Higashihara hung his head in shame. Hey! The surveillance camera in the parking lot of the Golden Collar Bar was damaged by our people a few days ago. What? The young man jumped up in shock. You're saying that it was damaged by itself? Tufei Higashihara did not dare to look Ishihara Taro in the eyes. The old man raised his hand to calm Ishihara Taro down. Taro, sit down. Don't get angry over such a small matter. Have you forgotten your father's lesson? Ishihara Taro's eyes were bloodshot. After a while, he slowly sat down and faced the old man. Grandfather, you're right. The old man patted his head. That's right. It's okay if you fail. What's important is not to be arrogant when you win, and not to be discouraged when you lose. Ishihara Taro was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Grandfather. Go and think about how to optimize your algorithm. The old man was giving him a beating before giving him a beating. I'll give you 2 more chances. Prove to me that your algorithm can really be applied in practice. If Ishihara Taro could really succeed, then this would be the real killing without using a knife. The law would not be able to punish him at all. The old man looked forward to it. Ishihara Taro left the old man's courtyard with his subordinates and returned to his apartment in the imperial capital CBD. Watching his thin but upright figure disappear in front of the bamboo fence, the old man rubbed the space between his eyebrows. His body could not take it anymore. The middle-aged woman wearing a koi kimono quickly came over to support him. She comforted him and said, Mr. Ishihara, young master is very smart. You don't have to be so hasty. How can I not be hasty? The old man's voice was very low. We're about to lose the lawsuit. Once the foundation's money is pursued, our entire company will go bankrupt. Ishihara Taro returned to the apartment that he lived in alone. He turned on his computer and began to calculate all kinds of programs again. This time, it was clearly a flawless algorithm that was targeted at Gu Nianji. He did not know what went wrong, but for the first time, she managed to escape unscathed from that car. He was indignant and personally went to the school to look for her for the second time. He only wanted to let her get hit once and teach her a lesson. He did not expect that such a small wish would not come true. He re-examined the first mistake and felt that it was because his own people had interfered too much. The chaotic and orderly algorithm should be completely natural and free of interference. Their own people had first destroyed the cameras in the parking lot, then sent people to release the car. Just these 2 incidents had shaken the fundamental foundation of the chaos theory. Yes, that must be it. Ishihara Taro pursed his lips tightly and planned another operation. This time, other than the initial flapping of butterfly wings, he could not allow any external interference to be mixed in. Tweefei Kun, give me the information of the verified account that you have previously contacted. The more detailed the information, the better. Ishihara Taro ordered. Yes. The verified account that had started the rumor quickly received a letter from Yijichu's lawyer. He looked at the carefully worded lawyer's letter and couldn't believe his eyes. He had really sent him a lawyer's letter. He wanted him to apologize and compensate the other party for the loss of 30 million yuan. What the F***ck? So capable. Why don't you go to heaven? The verified account was so angry that he tore up Yijichu's lawyer's letter and angrily called the person who had previously exposed him. He did not expect that the number could no longer be reached. It was an empty number. And the account that had exposed him had long been deleted and had disappeared without a trace. You want me to take the blame alone? The verified account laughed coldly. Humph. Ishihara Corporation, do you think that I am a pushover? After messing around in the study for the whole morning, he found the official website of the Ishihara Corporation and sent a warning letter to them. In the end, the other party directly rejected his email. No matter how many accounts he changed, it was useless. The verified account was so angry that he almost smashed his computer. At noon, he was really hungry. He rubbed his stomach and stood up, planning to go out to eat something and relax. When he came out of the elevator, he looked at the endless blue sky and took a deep breath before walking to the parking lot. He had to cross a street to get to the parking lot from his apartment building. The parking lot was on the other side of the street, and the apartment building was on the other side. Their apartment building had an underground parking lot, but he had wanted to save money when he bought the house, so he did not buy an underground parking space. He regretted it later and could only buy a parking space in the parking lot opposite the apartment building. It wasn't too far. She just had to cross a narrow street. There was a small stall on the street that sold newspapers and magazines. He habitually stopped and flipped through a few, then put them down under the stare of the stall owner. He did not buy them either. On the other side of the street, an old lady hobbled over. She was also a resident here and was used to walking around at this time every day. There was a bus stop on the side of the street, and two young people were waiting there. The verified account owner looked at the people waiting for the bus proudly, and instantly felt that he was superior because he had a private car. Not far away, someone was dragging a cart of briquettes and was working hard, huffing and puffing. The orange bus was almost here, and the next stop was at this stop sign. At this moment, a shiny coin suddenly rolled to the feet of the middle-aged man who was dragging the cart of briquettes. The middle-aged man saw that it was a shiny gold coin, and his footsteps subconsciously slanted to the side. He did not expect that there would be a shallow pit next to him. The moment he stepped into it, he lost his balance and immediately stumbled, causing the cart of briquettes to roll down. The old lady hurriedly dodged the rolling briquettes and walked a few steps forward. Seeing this, the verified account owner did not want to be caught by the old lady, so he also quickened his footsteps, wanting to cross the street. The bus driver happened to be attracted by the overturned cart of briquettes on the side of the road and forgot to step on the brakes, so he continued at the same speed. There was a loud bang. The verified account owner, who was about to run across the road, was instantly hit by the bus that did not stop according to the stop sign, and then fell to the ground far away. After a bout of convulsions, he stopped breathing before the ambulance arrived. The young man in black standing not far away smiled slightly and hurried past with his backpack. This is the first 3,400-word chapter. Today's third chapter is asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. At 1:00 in the afternoon, the monthly votes are 4,500 plus chapters. At 7:00 in the evening, the third chapter. P.S. Thank you to Momo Moshi for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday, mwah. Chapter 920. Hijichu's legal letter to the verified account was terminated because of his sudden death. After the police investigation, they determined that it was a traffic accident. The bus driver was responsible, but the verified account himself was also partly to blame for crossing the road. Therefore, in the end, the matter was left unsettled. Ishihara Taro returned to his apartment with a faint smile on his handsome face. He had just turned 18 this year, which was 1 year younger than Gunyenji. However, he had already graduated with a master's degree and started studying for a PhD in chaos mathematics. No matter what, his academic qualifications were always higher than Gunyenji's. Turning on his computer, he saw that Toshihara had sent him another person's information. This was his second chance, and he could only succeed. He could not fail. The second person was Gu Yenran's biological father, who was still in a vegetative state on the hospital bed. It was both easy and difficult to make a vegetative person die of natural causes. If it was easy, the vegetative person would definitely die of natural causes if he was in their hands. However, the vegetative person was now in a Hua-Xia Empire hospital, and according to their observations, there were people secretly monitoring him. If they really sent people to kill this person, they would be walking into a trap. Ishihara Taro thought for a long time and decided to open his program to calculate all kinds of possibilities. The chaos algorithm he designed could include all kinds of seemingly random events, then calculate the probability of these random events becoming related events, and finally find the best way to achieve his goal. For example, the first chance he wanted to achieve was to make the verified account die of natural causes. Finally, the sequence of events derived from his algorithm was successfully completed. Now he needed to calculate which events had the highest probability of happening and which combinations of events could achieve his ultimate goal. Gu Yenran's father was now in a vegetative state, but no one knew when he would wake up. Although this person's position was not very important, what if he woke up and spoke nonsense? It was better for him to die of natural causes. He spent 2 sleepless days calculating in his apartment before he found the best combination of events. If these events could happen, of course, he would need his butterfly wings. Ishihara Taro played with the coin in his hand, and a glimmer of light flashed across his eyes. After Christmas, it was soon New Year's Day. New Year's Day was a holiday celebrated by the entire Blue Planet, and the Hua-Xia Empire was no exception. On the morning of December 31st, the sky was gray and looked like it was going to snow. This year's winter in the capital was not too cold. There were small snowflakes, but there had not been any heavy snowfall. However, judging from the weather today, it was probably going to snow. As soon as they arrived at work, everyone became absent-minded and waited for a long vacation. In an ordinary hospital on the 4th ring road of the imperial capital, the doctors and nurses at work were in a good mood because the holidays were coming soon. After breakfast, doctors and interns began to do. He checked the rooms one by one and asked the patients one by one. Perhaps because it was the New Year's Day. The doctor was pleasant, the patient was polite, and the relationship between doctors and nurses was harmonious and loving. Gu Yenran's comatose father had been transferred to this hospital for a while. Gu, an intern ran, had asked. Gu doctor, Gu. Of course, the hospital could not make the decision. If the Special Operations Forces did not say anything, they would not dare to pull it out. But he didn't take care of her much. When they arrived at the vegetative ward where Gu Yenran's father was, the doctor frowned in disgust and said to the interns, "This patient has been in a vegetative state for 7 years and is about to enter his 8th year. You can take a look at him when you have time. It will help you understand vegetative patients." The interns looked at each other and nodded. Since it was almost New Year's Day, many people came to the hospital. In the hallway, a few teenagers were playing with each other. They pushed and shoved each other, but it was not intense. They were just playing with each other, so no one paid attention. They were tired, and their hands were itchy. They wanted to smoke, but this was a hospital. They did not dare to. They could only endure it. A nurse pushed a surgery cart from the other end of the hallway. She was wearing a white gown and a nurse's cap. She walked slowly. She was going to the operating room at the other end of the hallway to prepare for the next surgery. At this moment, a golden coin rolled over from nowhere. It was just a coin. It would not have caused any trouble for the cart, but it was too shiny. But the coin was too shiny. As soon as it rolled over, the nurse lowered her eyes and a golden light flashed in front of her eyes. She was stunned and lost her footing, falling to the side. The surgical cart crashed into a teenager who was standing at the side. The teenager, who had been tortured by his addiction, immediately glared and kicked the cart over. The nurse was furious. She shouted, "What are you doing? This cart is prepared for surgery. You kicked it over. What about the surgery? I don't care what you're going to do." The teenager pushed the nurse impatiently, pushing her into Gu Xiangwen's ward. What happened? The doctor who was doing his rounds turned around and asked. The nurse immediately told him what had happened. In the end, she said pitifully, "I just told them to be careful, but look at them." The doctor was also impatient. He said to the teenagers, "This is a hospital. Stop causing trouble. Go back to where you came from. Go back. You hurt our comrade's waist. Who's going to pay for it?" A taller teenager spat in disdain. "Do you dare? You're talking nonsense. How heavy can a surgery cart be? And hurt his waist? Don't tell me you're pretending." The sharp-tongued nurse immediately retorted. "Ha! Pretending? Come on, take off your clothes and let this nurse have a look." The tall youth commanded his companion, commanding him in a very proper manner. The doctor was stunned. He was about to stop them when he saw one of the teenagers take off his shirt and pants. He was only wearing shorts in the ward. "Put them on. What are you doing?" The doctor felt that it was an eyesore. He quickly turned around and scolded them. Unexpectedly, none of the teenagers were willing to give in. Once they heard the doctor scolding them like a parent, they became furious. In the end, they didn't know who started the fight. In short, everyone was fighting. The equipment and power supply in the ward were damaged. The boys protected the girls. The doctor protected the students. They were all fighting with a group of gangsters. Of course, they couldn't beat this group of teenagers who were experienced in street fights. Soon, the lights in the ward flickered twice. They went out and lit up again. Only then did everyone stop. The surveillance equipment in the ward captured the scene of everyone fighting. No one knew when the nasal feeding tube on the vegetative patient on the hospital bed fell. Without the nasal feeding tube, the equipment was all over the place. Some of the equipment already had problems, and they had to call someone to fix it. When the light bulb was changed and the ward saw light again, the doctor who was doing the rounds realized that the vegetative patient on the hospital bed had stopped breathing. This is the second monthly vote of 4,500 plus updates. Today's third update is asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. P.S. It's almost the end of the month. If you can still cast your monthly votes, hurry up and vote. If you've already cast 5 votes, moi. At 7 p.m., the third update. Chapter 921. On the night of December 31st, Hu Xiaoheng received news that the person in a vegetative state that they had purposely placed in the general hospital as bait had just passed away. The hospital's report clearly stated that he had died of organ failure. He had been in a vegetative state for many years and would have died long ago if he hadn't been constantly nourished with medicine and equipment. Now, he had only died of normal organ failure. Of course, the hospital had also written a detailed account of what had happened during the day in the report and stated that it was indeed their responsibility. They had already punished the doctor who had been on duty and the nurse who had pushed the surgical cart. Hu Xiaoheng frowned and looked at it for a long time before calling back the Special Operations Forces members who had been monitoring the hospital. What's going on with Gu Yanran's father? Hu Xiaoheng stared at the Special Operations Forces member in front of him. As he listened to him speak, he observed his attitude. This was also a way to determine whether he was telling the truth or not. The member said with a bitter expression, "We've always had people watching over there, even this morning. But a group of teenagers suddenly started fighting outside the ward because of a surgical cart. We were also caught off guard. When they had wanted to rush in, they discovered that the ward had already been blacked out. The person's life was maintained by all kinds of equipment. As soon as the power went out and the equipment stopped working, his organs began to fail and he quickly passed away." Teenagers. Hu Xiaoheng's frown deepened. "Get someone to investigate the background of these teenagers." He paused and said, "Get the information from the police headquarters first. They might have it." As soon as he heard the description, he felt that these teenagers were the kind of problematic teenagers who constantly made mistakes and entered the police station as if they were in their own bedroom. "Yes, Chief." Because of this sudden incident, Hu Xiaoheng worked overtime from the day before New Year's until the first day of the new year. He stood up from behind his desk, walked to the window, and lit a cigarette. Taking a deep breath, the spicy smell of tobacco instantly cleared his mind. From the video footage he had seen today, everything was a coincidence. The leader of the teenagers had come with his family to visit the patient, and the other teenagers had come with him. At that time, the fight was also a mess. The interns that the doctor on duty had brought along were all men. They were hot-blooded and couldn't stand being bullied. Seeing the young nurse being bullied, they all rolled up their sleeves and joined in. As for Gu Yanran's father, he was the fish in the moat that was caught in the crossfire. He couldn't see any human factors. But as Gu Yanran's father, Hu Xiaoheng refused to believe that everything was a coincidence. He had already laid out an inescapable net. No matter who it was, they would not be able to escape his trap. But he hadn't expected that no one would actually do it. If it was a coincidence, then they could only blame their bad luck. If it wasn't a coincidence, then the mastermind behind this must be extraordinarily powerful. It was done cleanly and flawless. Not to mention suing him, even the police didn't have any evidence to file a case. Ishihara Taro, who was wearing a black double-breasted uniform, walked into the courtyard of the Yu Mountain Villa district once again. This time, his face was not as anxious and fearful as the last time. Instead, it was filled with confidence. His two successes gave him greatly of that of, and success, of Cheng. His followers were all itching to put him on a shrine. "Young Master Taro is here." A middle-aged woman dressed in a sakura kimono opened the door and let Ishihara Taro in. "Master." "Young, the of. The young." The middle-aged woman nodded. "We were waiting for you." Ishihara Taro nodded and walked in respectfully. Standing in front of his grandfather once again, Ishihara Taro suddenly realized that his grandfather was too old. After not seeing him for a few days, his eyes, which used to be bright and full of spirit, were now turbid and listless. "Grandfather, did you not sleep well last night?" Ishihara Taro knelt down beside the old man and naturally helped him brew tea. The old man nodded. "The mountain wind was very strong yesterday. I was worried that it would snow today, but it hasn't yet. I've been thinking about it." Ishihara Taro smiled and poured a cup of tea for the old man. He raised his hands above his head and said, "Please have a taste." The old man took the frozen stone teacup and took a sip with a smile. Putting down the teacup, the old man patted Ishihara Taro's head. "You are a promising young man, a promising young man. I finally felt relieved. Taro, you're better than your father. Ishihara Taro felt that his hard work over the past few years had not gone to waste after receiving such a compliment from his grandfather. I have to thank grandfather for giving me 2 more chances. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to successfully prove my algorithm. Success gave him confidence and courage. He was no longer the same frustrated and depressed young man from last time. This is the result of your own hard work. The old man retracted his hand and got to the point. Since you've already succeeded twice, have you ever thought of doing something serious? The so-called serious matter was to deal with Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji had hired a lawyer from the largest law firm in the United States to help her fight the lawsuit in the Japanese court. One had to admit that this move was really vicious. Japanese judges were not even afraid of their own country's politicians, but they were afraid of Americans. It could be said that the Japanese's obedience to Americans was engraved in their bones. Under the pressure of the American lawyer, the Japanese court was about to announce the verdict. Once the other party was declared to be the winner, they would have no choice but to return the $15 billion that Gu Yanran had donated. Gu Nianji also requested for the return of the profits that the foundation had earned from the $15 billion over the past 7 years, including but not limited to interest, dividends, investment returns, and so on. That was the worst part. They were not giving them a way out at all. Ishihara Taro nodded solemnly. I'm already planning, but there are too many uncertain factors around Gu Nianji. I haven't found the best solution yet. Please wait patiently, grandfather. When the old man heard the words, wait patiently, he was so angry that he started coughing violently. Ishihara Taro quickly massaged the old man's back to calm him down. Grandfather, is the matter very urgent? Ishihara Taro could see that the old man's emotions were not too stable. The old man did not want Ishihara Taro to know too much because it would bring him unnecessary pressure. But he had to say it now. Taro, do you know that Gu Nianji is fighting a lawsuit against us in Japan? Ishihara Taro nodded with a gloomy expression. She won't win. How can we take back the money that we've given away? She can take it back, and she will definitely win. The old man looked at Ishihara Taro with a complicated expression. So you have to plan for the worst and find the best solution as soon as possible. If Ishihara Taro wanted to find the best algorithm, he would need sufficient information. In the first opportunity, he was able to successfully make the verified account die in a car accident because he had collected a lot of information, including information on everyone in the area where the verified account lived. That was how he was able to discover the old lady who often went out for a walk at certain times, as well as the bus stop, and where the verified account's car was parked, and in the second opportunity, he obtained even more information. Because Gu Yanran's comatose father was also someone they had been secretly watching. That was how he was able to know the habits and personality traits of the doctors, interns, and nurses in that hospital like the back of his hand. They also had information on the patients and their family members in the hospital in their hands. This was the only way for his algorithm to work. But what about Gu Nianji? There was simply too little information on her. This is the 3rd monthly vote. Today, I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. P.S. It's almost the end of the month. If you can still cast your monthly votes, please do so quickly. If you've already cast 5 votes, moi. Chapter 922. It was New Year's Day, a new year, a new day. Gu Nianji woke up in her dorm room but still didn't want to open her eyes. The room was quiet. Machichi had gone home to celebrate New Year's with her family. In order to graduate early, she had crazily taken classes and had at least 3 times more homework than Machichi. Graduate students mostly had to write theses. She entered school half a year later than her peers and had to graduate a year and a half earlier than others, so she only had 1 year to study. She had to pay a higher price to finish what others took 3 years to complete in 1 year. But it was all worth it. If everything went smoothly, she would be able to graduate after the final exams this winter. But before that, she had to finish the first draft of her graduation thesis and show it to He-Ji-Chu. Then, she had to find a thesis defense teacher before the final exams. Only then would she be able to graduate. Counting on her fingers, she realized there weren't many days left. This year's New Year was in early February. The first day of the New Year happened to be February 14th, which was Valentine's Day in the West. Festivals are all clumped together. I feel like my body is being hollowed out. Gunyanji sighed deeply and finally rubbed her eyes before sitting up in bed. She looked around groggily before picking up the phone on the bedside table to check it was already 10 in the morning. Gunyanji put the pillow on top of the bed and leaned back to pick up her phone to start her daily routine. She went on social media, checked the news, texted, and checked the progress of the cases she was following. When Hu Xiaoheng's call came in, Gunyanji switched back to her phone mode and said, "Hi." Hu Xiaoheng didn't go back to sleep after working all night. Instead, he went for a run before showering and eating breakfast. He only called Gunyanji when he saw that it was past 10. He knew that Gunyanji had been busy with her graduation thesis and homework and had been staying up late every night. Although his heart ached for her, he also knew that if she didn't do this, she wouldn't be able to graduate early. Hu Xiaoheng, like He-Ji-Chu, also wanted her to graduate early. Today was New Year's Day, so he had to be on duty as usual. During New Year's, his subordinates could take turns to take time off. As the general commander, he had been on duty during New Year's without exception for 7 years. This was so that his subordinates and soldiers could have more time to rest after working hard for a year. He couldn't see Gunyanji, so all he could do was call her and wish her a happy new year. Gunyanji gripped her phone and smiled. Happy New Year to Hu Xiao too. Rising steadily. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help but laugh. He flicked the ash in his hand and shook his head. You're getting more and more glib. He then asked her, "Are you awake? Have you had breakfast?" Gunyanji quickly got up from the bed and tried to keep her voice steady as she said, "You woke up early. What time is it now? Are you still eating breakfast?" Hu Xiaoheng smirked and said nonchalantly, "Okay, that's good." Then he suddenly asked, "Did you brush your teeth?" Gunyanji subconsciously shook her head. "Not yet. I'm going to do it now." As soon as he said that, he knew it was bad. Wasn't this a confession? She had just said that she had woken up early and had even finished breakfast. In the end, Hu Xiaoheng had tricked her into lying. Gunyanji blushed and said frantically, "Okay, I can't talk to you anymore. I have to go to the library." She hung up the phone and floated into the bathroom with her hands covering her flushed face to wash up. After washing her face, she was in front of the closet picking out clothes for the day when her phone rang again. She picked it up and saw that it was He-Ji-Chu calling. She unlocked the phone and answered. "Happy New Year, Professor He." He-Ji-Chu was holding a lunchbox in his hand. He stood tall and handsome in front of the female law graduate students' dormitory and called her. "Did you stay up late again last night? Come down, I'm here to bring you food." Gunyanji cheered and rushed to the balcony with the phone in hand. As expected, she saw He-Ji-Chu standing under the big tree downstairs. She smiled and waved at him. Then she casually put on a thick fleece sweater with the B University logo, a pair of thin wool pants, and a pair of UGG suede boots to go downstairs. When she came out of the dormitory, He-Ji-Chu saw that she wasn't wearing a coat and frowned slightly. "You caught a cold last time and got a fever. Why aren't you careful? Go back quickly, how can you come out without a coat?" He handed the lunch box to her. "I still have something to do. I'll be going now." Hijichu turned and left without a moment's delay. Gu Nianji held the lunchbox and felt a warmth wash over her soul from the inside out. She stared blankly at Hijichu's handsome back as he walked away and felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. This feeling wasn't because she had been in contact with him for a long time. It was because he had been in her mind for a long time. She closed her eyes and suddenly a few fragmented images appeared in front of her. On a patch of green grass, she looked like she was only 5 or 6 years old. She stood under a big banyan tree and hugged a doll. She stared blankly at the back of a young man gradually disappearing into the distance. In the blink of an eye, she was once again at a noisy birthday party. She was wearing a little princess tiara and was already about 10 years old. She looked at the young man's resolute back and suddenly burst into tears. She threw the birthday cake in her hand and threw a tantrum. She only hoped that the young man would turn around and come back. The person heard the movement behind him and gradually slowed down. So she cried even louder and used her hands to cover her chubby little face that was streaming with tears. Her round eyes secretly peeked through the gaps between her fingers at the young man's handsome back in front of her. Finally, the young man turned around. Gu Nianji's body trembled, and the images in her mind instantly disappeared. It was as magical as a daydream. She regretted waking up too early and not seeing the young man turn around at all. From the back view, that person really did look like Hijichu, but he was slightly thinner, unlike the current him. Although he was still tall and handsome, he always exuded an inadvertent aura of toughness as he walked. It was an incongruously cute contrast. Gu Nianji rubbed her temples and took the food box upstairs. When she returned to the dormitory, she opened the lunchbox Hijichu had given her and found 3 small lunchboxes inside. There was a bowl of steaming hot soup, 3 juicy and delicious soup dumplings, and a small lunchbox of shrimp dumplings. The shrimp dumplings were exquisitely made, and the shrimp filling was a little red. It looked like red bean paste inside a glutinous rice ball. It wasn't as heavy as the glutinous rice ball, but had the lightness of a crystal skin. It looked appetizing at first glance. However, Gu Nianji still resisted the desire to eat the shrimp dumplings and obediently drank the soup first. Then she picked up her chopsticks and ate one by one to taste the delicious shrimp dumplings. Although she really wanted to eat, she resisted the urge to gorge herself. She ate 4 shrimp dumplings and stopped eating. However, she finished all the soup dumplings and licked the corners of her mouth. She stretched as if she hadn't had enough. How nice! A new year and a new day began with a full stomach and warm clothes. Gu Nianji made a face at the mirror and found a small box to put the remaining shrimp dumplings inside. Then she washed the food box Hijichu brought, dried it, and packed it up. She planned to bring it back to him when class started. After a sumptuous brunch, Gu Nianji looked at her watch and realized it was almost 11 o'clock. If she went to the library at this time and came back at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, she could study for 6 hours. She packed her bag and took her laptop downstairs. She wrapped a scarf around her neck and rode her bike to the library. The campus was quiet on New Year's Day. Many students had gone to participate in the countdown to New Year's Day last night and only returned to the dormitory in the middle of the night. They were still sleeping at this hour. She was the only one riding on the spacious campus road. She instantly felt relaxed and happy. She even tried to ride the bike with one hand. When she arrived at the library, she parked her bike in the shed in front of the library and ran up the steps with her bag. At this moment, a tall young man wearing a gray coat came out of the library. He had his head down and was walking quickly. This person was Ishihara Taro. Gu Nianji was also adjusting her scarf and didn't pay attention to where she was going. The two of them almost bumped into each other. Fortunately, Gu Nianji was agile and realized something was wrong at the last moment when they were about to bump into each other. She took a step to the side in time and avoided crashing into the arms of this strange man. She quietly looked up and sized up the man. It turned out to be a handsome young man. He looked at most 15 or 16 years old. Ishihara Taro also looked up at Gu Nianji at this moment. He only felt that the girl's eyes were like dark black glass. They were full of brilliance and glowed like treasures. He couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Gu Nianji looked at him and suddenly remembered that she had seen him before. On Christmas Day, she was also coming out of the library and was almost hit by a bike. When she turned around, she saw this young man and even bowed to her. "Sorry to disturb you." Ishihara Taro bowed his head respectfully and looked very polite. Gu Nianji looked at him silently and ignored him. She walked directly into the library. When she was completely out of sight, Ishihara Taro finally turned around and stared at the library door. He snorted and muttered, "How rude. That's all there is to him." He shook his head and left the university to return to his apartment. As soon as he returned to his apartment, he opened his email on his computer and replied to a letter. "Can you help me get a place as a first-year master's student at the university's Faculty of Law?" After this letter was sent, he received a reply very quickly. "Of course, you're most welcome." The university's Faculty of Law had a cooperative relationship with Tokyo University's Faculty of Law. The Ishihara family was very influential in Japan, and he himself was the last disciple of the president of Tokyo University. It was completely effortless for him to use his connections to get a place as a first-year master's student at the university's Faculty of Law. Things that were very difficult for others were as easy as lifting a finger for him. After the new year, the students gradually returned to school. Gu Nianji attended classes with Hijichu, so she didn't interact much with her classmates. Therefore, she still listened to Ma-Chi-Chi when she heard about a very handsome and elegant Japanese exchange student from the first-year master's student at the Faculty of Law. "Nianji, I'm telling you, this kid is amazing. His IQ is off the charts. His looks are off the charts. And his poise and demeanor are off the charts." Ma-Chi-Chi sighed with a smile. "If he wasn't Japanese, I would have given him full marks." This was the first 3,100-word chapter, and it was still the third chapter today. Asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. At 1 p.m., the monthly votes were 4,800 plus chapters. At 7 p.m., the third chapter. P.S. Dear friends, today is the last day of June. If you have monthly votes, hurry up and vote. If you don't, it will be invalid. Thank you. Chapter 923. Gu Nianji was amused and sat in front of the computer without looking up. "What about now? What's the score?" Ma-Chi-Chi sat down on the single sofa next to her and pulled her panda pillow over to hug. She sighed. Since he's Japanese, no matter how hot he is, he still doesn't pass. Gu Nianji glanced at her and smiled. "That's more like it." She saved the document and closed the computer before turning to Ma-Chi-Chi. "I believe there are good people among Japanese, but the percentage of good people is too low. It's so low that it's statistically negligible. So overall, I'm discriminating against this group of people in a politically incorrect way." Ma-Chi-Chi extended her arm and patted her shoulder. "Good job. I support you." Gu Nianji pushed her hand away with a smile and winked at her. "That's it. In that case, should I tell Brother Xiong that our Chi-Chi met a little fresh meat whose IQ is off the charts, looks off the charts, and manners off the charts?" "Don't you dare." Ma-Chi-Chi panicked and threw the panda pillow away to pounce on Gu Nianji. She scratched Gu Nianji and laughed until she couldn't breathe. She begged for mercy. "Chi-Chi. Good Chi-Chi. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. Stop tickling me." Mochichi knew she was ticklish, so she tortured her for a while before letting her go. She pretended to be fierce. Remember this, girl. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I won't hold back if you say whatever you want. As she spoke, Mochichi blew on her fingers and acted as if she was going to continue tickling Gunyenji if she didn't agree. Gunyenji quickly hid to the side and smiled. I won't say it, I won't say it. I really won't say it. She paused and added, I'm not interested in Japanese young men. They don't have the guts to make me mention them. Only then did Mochichi relax. She and Gunyenji went to the cafeteria to eat and whispered to her on the way, Nyenji, brother Xiong is going to my house for New Year's this year, and then he's taking me to his house. Gunyenji was speechless. She was meeting his parents so soon. This was going so fast. You guys are serious. Gunyenji was nervous as well. Chi-Chi, have you really decided to marry brother Xiong? Both of them wanted to meet each other's parents, so they probably had the idea of getting married. Mochichi nodded solemnly. Yes, Nyenji. I'll be 24 next year. I know what I'm doing. Brother Xiong is very nice, and he treats me sincerely. I understand him, and I know that marrying him is the right choice. Gunyenji was confused. How did you know? How long have you guys been together? Take her and Hu Xiaoheng for example. She had known him for a whole 7 years and had been in love for a year since she was 12. Even then, she couldn't say that she completely understood this man. You can't say that. Mochichi hugged Gunyenji and rested her chin on her shoulder. Haven't you heard of this saying? Some people were like strangers to each other their entire lives. Some people only met for the first time, but it felt like they had known each other for a lifetime. That's how I feel when I'm with him. Although we haven't known each other for long, it feels like a reunion after a long time. The corners of Gunyenji's mouth twitched. Chi-Chi, you're done for. How can you say something so sour? Now I believe that you really love him. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said something so mushy. Ah. She shook her shoulders as if trying to shake off the goosebumps. Mochichi also felt that she was being too dramatic. Embarrassed, she looked up and hugged Gunyenji's shoulder. She murmured, really, that's what I really think. Of course, I don't know what the future will be like, but I can't give up on the present just because I'm worried about something that hasn't happened yet. That made sense. Gunyenji pushed Mochichi. I give up. Okay, let me know when you plan to get married. At least a year in advance, so I can save up to buy you a gift. A gift? Okay. Mochichi didn't hesitate to extort Gunyenji. A Tahiti honeymoon travel set. That's not expensive, right? You can give me this. Are you sure? Gunyenji held her hand. If I give you this, I'm afraid brother Xiong will cut all ties with me. Gunyenji actually gave him a honeymoon travel set. That was a slap to the groom's face. Hee hee. I don't care. I'm saving money for him. Mochichi covered her face and giggled. Humph. You little vixen who values love over friendship. Now you're scheming against me to save money for your husband. Brother Xiong, hurry up and marry your virtuous little vixen. Then I'll have this dorm all to myself. Gunyenji laughed and ran away to prevent Mochichi from pouncing on her again. The two of them joked around, and another happy day passed. In the following days, Gunyenji was still busy shuttling between the library, the dorm, and the cafeteria. Her days were full and busy. Gunyenji had never seen the Japanese exchange student who had already made a name for himself in his first year of law. Because she didn't have classes, she woke up at 7 in the morning to study at the library and left at 6 in the afternoon. She went to the cafeteria for dinner, then returned to the dorm to continue writing her thesis and homework until the wee hours of the morning. She repeated this cycle without a break. He Jichu and Hu Xiaoheng had a tacit understanding not to disturb her and let her quietly finish the last month of her student life. Ishihara Taro personally approached Gu Nianji and observed her for half a month. The conclusion he came to was that this person's life was too monotonous and boring. Day in and day out, a young girl like her could actually endure the loneliness. One evening, Gu Nianji came out of the library to find that it had been snowing for the whole day. The weather was fine when she came in the morning, so why was it snowing now? Gu Nianji put her hand on her forehead and looked forward. There was already more than an inch of snow on the ground. The snow was loose and made crunching sounds as she walked on it. Students came out of the library in groups of 2s and 3s. Some stood by the door and made calls. Were they probably looking for someone to pick them up? Some carried their school bags on their heads and ran out in the snow. On the road near the library, there were sanitation workers using large brooms to sweep the snow over and over again. There were also snow shovelers driving back and forth on the campus paths. They shoveled the snow and sprinkled salt to prevent it from freezing. Gu Nianji originally wanted to call Ma Chi-Chi but decided against it after thinking about it. It was snowing and not raining anyway, so it was better not to bother her. She put on the hood of her coat and checked her school bag and laptop bag again to make sure that the zippers were closed. Only then did she imitate the other students and carry her school bag on her head to walk forward. Gu Nianji rushed into the heavy snow after she went down the stairs of the library. Snow particles flew everywhere and mixed in with the large patches of snow. Occasionally, some of them floated to her face and were quickly melted by her warm skin before freezing again. It hurt a little. She simply took out the silk scarf around her neck and wrapped it around half her face. Then, she put on her sunglasses to feel better. At this moment, the black-clothed youth who was standing not far away took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his hands. Along with the handkerchief, a shiny golden coin rolled forward along the path that had just been cleaned. A boy with a school bag on his head ran forward with his head lowered. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the coin. The shiny gold color, could it be a gold coin? He couldn't help but bend down to pick up the coin. As he bent down, a sanitation worker who was cleaning behind him couldn't dodge in time and was knocked to the ground by him. The snow shoveler that was about to drive over quickly swerved to the side to avoid the sanitation worker who had fallen to the ground in front of him. Gu Nianji carried her school bag and happened to walk to the blind spot of the snow shoveler's rearview mirror. The driver of the snow shoveler didn't expect a student to walk to his blind spot at that time. He only cared about avoiding the sanitation worker who had fallen to the ground in front of him. He turned the steering wheel vigorously, and the large bucket of the snow shoveler cut across to the side. "Ah, be careful. There's someone over there." A few sanitation workers and students saw this scene and shouted in unison. Although Gu Nianji had her head down, she still noticed the sudden change of direction of the snow shoveler. She quickly twisted her body and retreated to the side of the road. In the end, she was so busy avoiding the snow shoveler that she didn't notice that there was a rock garden on the side of the road. Stumbling back from the main road, her feet inevitably slipped on the thin layer of ice on the side of the road. The back of her head suddenly crashed into a sharp rock protruding from the rock garden. Ishihara Taro, who was standing not far away, saw this scene that he had personally calculated. Even he couldn't help but get excited. Crash! Crash! As long as she hit the back of her head, she would be crippled even if she didn't die. But at that moment, a rock flew out of nowhere and hit Gu Nianji's knee. Her legs turned to jelly, and before she could fall back, she sat on the ground and fell hard on her butt. This is the second update. Monthly votes of 4,800 plus updates have been delivered. Today is the third update. Please recommend votes and monthly votes. 7 p.m., the third update. P.S. Dear friends, today is the last day of June. If you have monthly votes, hurry up and vote. If you don't, it will be invalid. Thank you. Chapter 9:24. As soon as he saw that Gu Nianji hadn't hit the protruding rocks on the rockery and had instead sat on the ground, Ishihara Taro's expression turned ugly. He clenched his fists tightly, and his fingernails dug into his palms. However, he didn't feel any pain, only discomfort. He glared hatefully at Gu Nianji. Wearing the same sunglasses, he quickly turned to leave. He didn't want to stay any longer. To Gu Nianji, this was a really hard fall. She sat on the ground and felt her head ringing. She couldn't recover for a long time. A few students nearby ran over and asked, "Classmate, are you okay?" Gu Nianji shook her head lightly. "I'm fine." She used her hands to push herself up, but the fall was too painful. Her tailbone seemed to have been shaken, and she gasped in pain. At that moment, a slender, fair hand reached over. The shape of the hand was very perfect. The knuckles were straight, and no bones could be seen at all. However, it didn't seem soft either. Instead, it contained an indescribable strength. The clean fingernails had a full crescent shape. It was healthy and refreshing. There was also a faint ring mark on the middle finger of the left hand. Gu Nianji slowly raised her head. Her sunglasses had fallen off the bridge of her nose due to the force of her fall. They hung loosely on her nose, and she looked a little comical. However, the pair of big, dark eyes added a sense of endearment to her dazed expression. It was He Jichu standing in front of her and reaching out to her. "What's wrong? Can't get up?" Gu Nianji gritted her teeth and grabbed He Jichu's hand. He Jichu noticed the moment she exerted force. He immediately bent down and carried her horizontally. "I'll take you to the hospital." On second thought, Gu Nianji probably couldn't go to a normal hospital. He Jichu immediately corrected himself. "Call Hu Xiaoheng and ask him to take you to his hospital. That Dr. Chen of yours has been treating you all this time, right?" Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes and grunted softly. It seemed like her constitution was indeed very special. Hu Xiaoheng knew, Chen Lai knew, and He Jichu also knew. The three of them had intentionally not allowed her to go to a normal hospital for treatment, even if it was a small problem like a fall. She pulled out her phone and dialed Hu Xiaoheng's number. Hu Xiaoheng was in the middle of a meeting. According to the rules, no electronic devices could be brought into the meeting, including smartphones. Therefore, the person who answered the phone was the operator from the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. He heard Gu Nianji's voice and immediately connected to Hu Xiaoheng's phone. Unfortunately, all he got was a voicemail. Gu Nianji thought about it and called Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang wasn't in a meeting. He saw that it was Gu Nianji's number and answered with a smile. "Nianji. What is it? You actually took time out of your busy schedule to call Brother Xiong." Brother Xiong is flattered, ah. Gu Nianji gripped her phone and saw that He Jichu was staring intently at her. She had no choice but to whisper to Yin Shixiang, "Brother Xiong, I fell just now. There might be some bone problems. Can you take me to Brother Chen's for a checkup?" Gu Nianji volunteered to be examined, and Yin Shixiang immediately became serious. "How did you fall? Where did you fall? Could he move? If not, I'll send an ambulance." There was a stretcher in the ambulance, so it wouldn't aggravate her injury. Gu Nianji felt the pain in her tailbone and thought it would be better to have a stretcher. She said quietly, "Okay, if it's not too much trouble." Yin Shixiang immediately called Chen Lai. "Dr. Chen, Nianji seems to be injured. Can you send an ambulance to her school to pick her up for a checkup?" Chen-Lai was also shocked to hear that an ambulance was needed. He quickly said, "Okay, I'll take the ambulance there myself." Chen-Lai hurriedly put on his coat and white lab coat, then left with his medical team. He Ji-Chu carried Gu Nianji to the car and laid her flat on the back seat. "Wait for a while. When Dr. Chen arrives, get in the ambulance directly." Lying in the back seat, it was difficult for her to nod, but she still nodded. It was just that when he Ji-Chu carried her over, many students had seen them. If she wasn't mistaken, someone had taken out their phone to secretly take pictures of them. However, as soon as the ambulance arrived, everyone would understand. There were very few people who liked to make groundless accusations. He Ji-Chu didn't get into the car. Instead, he stood outside the car door and scanned everyone with an indifferent gaze. It was still snowing, and the students who had been watching were a bit embarrassed. They gradually dispersed, but there was still a steady stream of students who expressed their curiosity. His car was parked on the snow-covered grass on the side of the road. Although it was winter and there was no grass on the grass, the ground here was still softer than other places. Gu Nianji asked He Ji-Chu in the car, "Professor He, why did you drive here on such a snowy day?" He Ji-Chu crossed his arms and crossed his long legs. He replied dryly, "I came to pick you up." Gu Nianji was speechless. "Did you hit me with a rock just now?" Gu Nianji couldn't help asking. "That was really hard." He Ji-Chu turned to look at her. "No. But I have to thank the person who hit you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be lying here talking to me now." He Ji-Chu's heart almost jumped out of his throat when he recalled what had just happened. He had just gotten out of the car and was behind Gu Nianji. He could only watch as she fell backward. The protruding rock was so sharp that it looked like a sharp knife. If the back of Gu Nianji's head had really hit the protruding rock, then the consequences would have been unimaginable. So when he saw that Gu Nianji hadn't actually hit the rock, but for some reason, her legs had slipped and she was actually sitting on the ground, he was able to gasp for air. It really felt like someone was strangling him. He didn't even dare to breathe. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. How could there be such a coincidence? Her camera-like memory and meticulous brain started working again. This time, the situation was so similar to the last time she had almost been hit by a bicycle. Last time, a boy on a skateboard had also rushed over and knocked the bicycle down. That was why she hadn't been hit. This time, it was also a stone that flew out of nowhere that hit her knee. Only then did she fall back to the ground. However, the recoil force was so strong that when she fell backwards, it was all on her tailbone. Gu Nianji used a physics formula to calculate the pressure she had to bear when she fell backwards. It was roughly equivalent to someone hitting her back with a 10-kilogram hammer. Then again, the skateboard boy who had helped her block the car last time and the rock that had been hiding in the dark this time seemed to be a method that people from Huashaohing's side often used. They were all quietly protecting you and getting you out of trouble. You usually couldn't feel their presence, but at the critical moment, they would definitely appear to save you from trouble. Could it really have been arranged by Huashaohing? She also remembered that when Huashaohing had forced her to get married, he had also said that if he said that, her security level would return to the highest level as soon as possible. She didn't know how long her imagination had been running wild, but she finally heard the sound of an ambulance approaching from afar. The door opened, and Chen-Lai, wearing a white doctor's gown, jumped out of the car. Behind him was a stretcher team, and they rushed to He Ji-Chu's parked car on the side of the road. This is the third chapter, and today is still the third chapter. Please vote for recommendation votes and monthly votes. P.S. Dear friends, today is the last day of June. If you have monthly votes, hurry up and vote. If you don't, it will be invalid. Thank you. P.S. Yesterday's chapter has been revised. It should be $15 billion. Dear friends, you can see it when you download that chapter again. The chapter at noon has also been revised with a small detail. Dear friends, you can see it when you download it again. Mwah. Chapter 9:25. He-ji-chu stepped to the side and opened the door. He bent down to carry Gun-Yenji out. Chen-Lai froze and turned to call for a stretcher. He-ji-chu ignored Chen-Lai's scrutinizing gaze and carefully placed Gun-Yenji on the stretcher. His gaze was gentle and loving, as if she was his most precious treasure. Chen-Lai pursed his lips and thought to himself that he was the one who saw this. If it had been Huashao, he shuddered. Huashao had always been a man of few words. Now that he had gained experience, he wasn't happy with material things or sad about himself. He had never been as cold as He-ji-chu. He always had a faint smile no matter who he was. It wasn't obvious and was almost invisible, but it made people feel like they were sitting on a spring breeze. They admired him from the bottom of their hearts and even submitted to him. They were only willing to listen to his orders. He didn't seem unapproachable, but his calm and unperturbed appearance was even more unfathomable, causing others to be unable to make head or tail of him. This was the quality of a true leader. Even Chen-Lai, who had been his brother and comrade in arms for so many years, couldn't figure out what he was thinking. That was why Huashao was getting higher and higher, while Chen-Lai was still stuck at the rank of senior colonel. It was difficult for him to advance any further. Chen-Lai shook his head and thought to himself that he really had nothing better to do. How could he think of such nonsense at a time like this? He also knew very well that no matter how reserved Huashao was, Gun-Yenji would always be someone special to him. There was no doubt about that. Chen-Lai followed the stretcher back to the ambulance and waved to He-ji-chu. Professor He, thank you for notifying us in time. I'll send you Yenji's condition after the hospital examination. He-ji-chu folded his hands behind his back and looked inside the ambulance. Gun-Yenji was lying on the stretcher and was already secured by several straps. No matter how the ambulance bumped, she wouldn't suffer any further injuries. He nodded and said, then I'll have to trouble you. Colonel Ian has my number if you don't know. Okay, I'll ask him, Chen-Lai said politely and closed the back door of the ambulance. Soon, the ambulance left the B University campus with its lights flashing. Only then did the spectating students disperse. It turned out that the girl had suffered such a serious injury. No wonder Professor He had carried her. The students who had secretly taken photos felt embarrassed, and most of them deleted the photos on their phones. However, there were also a few people who were indignant and secretly kept the photos. Especially the last photo of He-ji-chu carrying Gun-Yenji onto the stretcher. Anyone with eyes could tell at a glance that he loved her deeply. The ambulance flashed its lights and moved smoothly on the road. Soon, it arrived at the medical building of the Special Operations Forces headquarters. Chen-Lai opened the car door and got out. He found Huashao and Yin Shixiang already waiting at the entrance of the medical building. He was still wearing the military uniform from the meeting. The military cap on his head was pressed low, covering his eyebrows. His deep eyes were extremely black, but also extremely bright, like a torch in the dark night. On the surface, there was a raging flame burning under the calmness. He stood there calmly, his tall and strong body wrapped in a general's uniform. The seams of his trousers were perfectly straight, and the collar button was neatly buttoned without a single crease. A stretcher was wheeled out of the ambulance, and Gun-Yenji was immobilized by straps. Huashao quickened his steps to the stretcher and quickly looked at Gun-Yenji. Where are you hurt? Huashao reached out to touch Gun-Yenji's forehead out of habit. When she was young, whenever she felt unwell, Huashao would always touch her forehead to see if she had a fever. This habit was deeply ingrained and had remained until now. But she had hurt her tailbone, not a headache or fever. Gun-Yenji curled her lips and wanted to laugh. But when Huashao's warm palm touched her forehead, she couldn't laugh anymore. An iron-blooded and unyielding man occasionally revealed a trace of warmth. No matter how strong her defenses were, she was completely defeated by his gentle touch that brought back memories of the past. Gu Nianji lay on the stretcher and smiled at Hua Xiaoheng. As she smiled, she realized tears were flowing down her cheeks. Hua Xiaoheng thought Gu Nianji was crying from the pain. Although he was extremely anxious, he only took out a tissue to wipe her tears. He then said to Chen Lai calmly, "Don't delay. Get her to the operating room now." Chen Lai shuddered and didn't dare to joke with Hua Xiaoheng anymore. He quickly turned to his medical staff. "Get into the elevator and get her to my special infirmary." His medical staff were all well-trained experts. He didn't need to say anything else. They had already worked together to send Gu Nianji to Chen Lai's special infirmary. Chen Lai performed a full-body CT scan on Gu Nianji as soon as she arrived to be safe. He was worried that other than her tailbone, there might be other problems. But Gu Nianji's foundation was too good. Although the fall had caused her tailbone to hurt unbearably, only her tailbone was severely fractured. Everything else was fine. Chen Lai's CT results came out, and he carefully checked it twice to make sure there were no other problems before letting her return to the bed. Because it was a bone problem, she was in a special bed this time. It was like an inverted human body. She could lie in it and maintain a motionless posture. Under normal circumstances, someone with a severe fracture like Gu Nianji's would have to lie in a bed like this for at least 3 months to wait for the bone to heal. But because of Gu Nianji's special constitution, Chen Lai felt that 2 weeks should be enough. Hua Xiaoheng had been waiting outside the ward the whole time. He didn't speak. He held a cigarette in one hand and stood in the hallway facing the window. It was still snowing outside, and the weather was getting colder. Hua Xiaoheng only wore a woolen military uniform with a casual shirt underneath, but he felt extremely hot. Even the cigarette in his hand couldn't calm him down. Of course, no one could tell how anxious he was just by looking at his appearance. He opened the window, and the cold wind and snowflakes rushed in. It was refreshing. He wore a Bluetooth headset and was listening to the report from the Secret Service personnel next to Gu Nianji. "Hua Xiao, this is what happened this time." The situation was very chaotic, but fortunately, there were 4 of us and we could cover her from 4 directions. Therefore, when I realized that she might fall backward and hit the sharp rocks on the rockery, in a moment of panic, I hit her knee with a rock. This way, she wouldn't fall backward, but her center of gravity would shift and she would sit on the ground. After a pause, the person said carefully, "Hua Xiao, is Miss Gu's injury very serious? Did I make a mistake?" The 4 of them were responsible for secretly protecting Gu Nianji. In the past, they had easily resolved some of the small matters. The last 2 times, however, had become more and more intense. This time, in order to prevent her from being more seriously injured, they had chosen a less damaging measure. But she was still injured. Compared to the consequences of hitting the back of her head and dying, the consequences of falling to the ground and not being able to move were unimaginable. The Secret Service personnel felt that he had made a mistake and was very upset. "Hua Xiao, you can punish me. I didn't do my job well. If I had appeared earlier, I could have directly sent her back to the dormitory." Hua Xiaoheng didn't blame him at all. His voice was very calm and gentle. "It's fine. You did very well. You didn't do anything wrong. Why should I punish you? Because you saved Miss Gu's life, so I have to punish you. Do you think I'm such a muddle-headed boss?" The Secret Service personnel didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to not blame him at all. He was so touched that his insides burned. The burly man's eyes actually heated up and tears flowed down his cheeks. He quickly wiped them with the back of his hand and said as naturally as possible, "Yes, I understand. Thank you for your understanding, Hua Xiao. I'll be more careful in the future. You did very well. Don't blame yourself." Hua Xiaoheng didn't continue the topic. Instead, he said, "From your report, Nianji has been in a lot of situations recently. Did you compare the frequency of these situations with the previous ones?" The person quickly said, "The four of us were planning to have a meeting. It's been a bit strange recently. We'll write a report for you after we've summarized all the situations." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Okay, send it to my email when you're done." He paused and reminded them, the sooner the better. As soon as he hung up, Chen Lai called. "Hua Xiao, the situation has been checked. You can come in now." Hua Xiaoheng immediately threw away the cigarette in his hand and turned to return to Chen Lai's special infirmary. He glanced at Gu Nianji, who was lying on the hospital bed. He didn't walk over directly. Instead, he entered Chen Lai's office. "How's the injury?" Hua Xiaoheng sat in front of his desk and picked up the CT report to look at. Chen Lai displayed the CT image and explained to him, "The fracture of the tailbone is very serious. To be honest, most people with this kind of injury will have difficulty moving for the rest of their lives." Hua Xiaoheng looked up at Chen Lai. He didn't say anything, but his gaze was so heavy that Chen Lai almost couldn't breathe. He could only say, "Of course, Nianji is an exception. It's not like you don't know about her constitution." Hua Xiaoheng looked down and grunted. "What will happen to her?" "She'll be in bed for 2 weeks. She should be able to heal," Chen Lai said tentatively. The truth was, he wasn't sure how much it would heal. After all, this was Gu Nianji's first time having such a serious fracture. It was just like the old scars she had when she was young. Although they had healed, they inevitably left scars. Hua Xiaoheng's grip on the CT report tightened, and he almost tore the report into pieces. The corners of Chen Lai's mouth twitched. His heart ached as he looked at the data in his report. He wanted nothing more than to pounce on Hua Xiaoheng and snatch his treasure from his hands. Hua Xiaoheng sat for a while before putting the report back. He stood up and straightened his military uniform. "When she recovers, this report must be destroyed." "Yes, Chief." Chen Lai nodded solemnly. He wasn't joking about something like this. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and turned to walk out of Chen Lai's office. He even closed the door to block his view. Chen Lai was speechless. Rubbing his nose, Chen Lai silently turned off the camera in the ward. Hua Xiaoheng came to Gu Nianji's bed and sat down. He held her hand and said in a hoarse voice, "Where does it hurt?" This is the first 3,200-word chapter. Today is the first day of July, and the new guaranteed monthly votes have been dropped. Dear friends, you can vote now. At 1 p.m., the monthly votes for June will increase by 5,100. At 7 p.m., the third chapter. P.S. Dear friends, you were amazing yesterday. Thank you for your monthly votes. Thank you to the leader, I am Master Rashi, for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 926. Of course, a fractured bone was painful. People who had never experienced it couldn't imagine what kind of pain it was. If he didn't know about Gu Nianji's special constitution, Chen Lai would definitely have given her painkillers because that kind of pain wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. However, Gu Nianji rarely complained about pain in front of him. Even if she said it hurt a lot, when Chen Lai asked her if she needed painkillers, she would say, "Bear with it. If I can't take it anymore, I'll take the painkillers." Up until now, there hadn't been any pain she couldn't endure, physical pain. To her, emotional pain was much harder to endure than physical pain. Seeing Hua Xiaoheng's forbearing gaze, Gu Nianji smiled slightly. "It's okay, it's not that painful." It was much better than the high-voltage shock she'd suffered in the blue hole. It was about the same pain as when she'd been electrocuted by ALS in Germany. Although that was the case, it was still unbearable for most people when the pain was reduced from 10% to 80%. Because she was enduring it, her palms began to sweat. Hu Xiaoheng felt the wetness in her palms and knew very well that she was in so much pain that she was sweating, yet she still insisted it didn't hurt. Staring at her forehead that was gradually drenched in sweat, Hu Xiaoheng closed his eyes. Sleep. It won't hurt anymore after you sleep. I'll stay here with you. It was actually very difficult to fall asleep with so much pain. However, since Hu Xiaoheng said that, Gu Nianji still closed her eyes and tried to sleep. After a while, Hu Xiaoheng saw Gu Nianji's eyes roll slightly under her tightly shut eyelids. He tried his best to smile but couldn't. He gently put her hand back under the blanket. Can't sleep. Gu Nianji opened her eyes and answered honestly. Seeing that Hu Xiaoheng's expression was too cold and stern, as if he would pull out a gun and kill her the next second, Gu Nianji thought about it and said slowly. Sing me flying bugs and I'll fall asleep. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. His eyes quickly glanced at the place with the camera and secretly decided to go to Qinlai's place later to get him to delete this part. Gu Nianji didn't really want Hu Xiaoheng to sing. She only wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate Hu Xiaoheng's murderous aura and anger. This was not good. For someone in Hu Xiaoheng's position, it was a big taboo. This person rarely had such strong emotional fluctuations. In the past, Gu Nianji only felt that he was too calm and didn't respond to her feelings and passion. After suffering such a huge blow, she was very disheartened. Now that she realized that he was finally angry, she began to worry about his safety and future. Gu Nianji endured the pain rising from her tailbone and slowly reached out from under the blanket to cover the back of Hu Xiaoheng's hand. She forced a smile at him and said gently, I'm fine, don't worry. Hu Xiaoheng turned his head abruptly and looked up at the sky. Suppressing the tears in the corners of his eyes, he turned back and placed her hand back under the blanket. He secured it with a belt and sang softly, the dark sky hangs low, the bright stars follow, the insects fly, who are you thinking of? The stars in the sky shed tears, the roses on the ground wither, the cold wind blows, as long as you are with me. Insects fly and flowers sleep. Only pairs of them are beautiful. Don't be afraid of the dark, only afraid of heartbreak, no matter if you're tired or not, no matter where you are. Gu Nianji had never heard Hu Xiaoheng sing before. It was her first time hearing him sing under such circumstances, and it was completely unaccompanied. There was no accompaniment or beat, but it was extremely beautiful. Hu Xiaoheng's voice was already on the low side. Now that he had lowered his voice to sing without any accompaniment, the heavy impact of the subwoofer on the scene made Gu Nianji, who was a fan of sound, want to kneel down. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng almost obsessively. Her eyes were filled with longing, which greatly encouraged Hu Xiaoheng and pleased him. He sat on the edge of her bed and sang "Flying Bugs" over and over again until she gradually fell asleep. Qinlai worked in the office for a while and remembered to send He Zhichu a message. He found Yin Shixiang's number and called. He asked for He Zhichu's number and sent a message saying that Gu Nianji was fine. She only had some broken bones and needed to rest. After sending the message, he was hungry. He looked at his watch and wanted to go out to find something to eat. He opened the door and saw Hu Xiaoheng sitting by Gu Nianji's bed. His body leaned forward slightly, his hands clasped together to support his chin. He looked at Gu Nianji intently and sang to her over and over again. Qinlai's knees went weak and he really slid down the door. He finally steadied himself by holding on to the door frame and immediately crawled back to his office. He decided that even if he was so hungry that he could only eat dog food, he would never leave the office. What a joke! If Hu Xiaoheng found out that he had eavesdropped on him singing to Gu Nianji, he would die. The office door quietly closed and Chenlai began working again. It was not until it was dark that he thought he would not sing again, so he secretly opened the office door to take a look. Fortunately, Gu Nianji was already asleep, and Hu Xiaoheng was not singing again. Thank God, he could go out to eat. Chenlai clutched his stomach as he walked out of the office. He followed the corner of the wall and wanted to slip out without attracting attention. But even if Hu Xiaoheng did not look away, he knew he had come out. Stop. Chenlai immediately stopped in his tracks and smiled apologetically. Hu Xiao, what's the matter? Hu Xiaoheng looked down and adjusted the blanket for Gu Nianji. Is there a camera in this ward? Yes, of course there was. Chenlai replied excitedly. But Hu Xiao, don't worry, I turned it off just now. Ever since Nianji came, the camera has been turned off. Hu Xiaoheng turned to look at him. Really? I can make a military pledge. Chenlai almost pointed to the heavens and swore. At least you know what's good for you. Hu Xiaoheng snorted and waved his hand. You can leave. Chenlai felt like he had been pardoned and quickly ran out. He only remembered after he left. What the hell? That was his office. What was with Hu Xiaoheng acting like the host was chasing his guest away? Chenlai cursed Hu Xiaoheng indignantly, but he did not dare to say a word in front of Hu Xiaoheng. After Chenlai left, Gu Nianji began to have a fever. Hu Xiaoheng knew that this should be normal. Gu Nianji's body seemed to need a fever to stimulate the body's immunity and recovery ability. Every time she was seriously ill or seriously injured, it would be accompanied by a high fever. He just didn't know how long the fever would last this time. Hu Xiaoheng began to pay attention to the changes in Gu Nianji's body temperature. The special hospital bed was fully equipped, and Gu Nianji's body temperature and heartbeat were all monitored by special equipment. Chenlai returned from dinner and brought Hu Xiaoheng a box of food. Hu Xiao, it's time for dinner. Chenlai placed the box in front of Hu Xiaoheng. At that moment, he noticed that Gu Nianji's body temperature was rising rapidly. He was surprised and said, "This curve is rising faster than before. It looks like we'll have to take turns sleeping tonight. We can't be without people here." Hu Xiaoheng did not turn his head. Go to sleep. I'll watch. It was the second night, and the June monthly tickets had been delivered at 5,100 plus night. Today was the first day of July, and the new guaranteed monthly tickets had already been dropped. Dear friends, you can vote now. The third night at 7 p.m. P.S. Flying Bugs was a children's song written by Mr. Lin Shi and composed by Mr. Chen Guangrong. It was very nice, especially with a male voice singing in a low voice. The effect was simply Chapter 927. Hu Xiaoheng really hadn't closed his eyes the entire night. He had been monitoring Gu Nianji's condition. In the middle of the night, Gu Nianji's temperature had risen so high that the equipment was beeping alarms. Hu Xiaoheng suppressed his anxiety and whispered to Chenlai, who had come to check on Gu Nianji, "She's burning up so badly. Will she be okay?" "That's hard to say. Maybe she'll burn herself into a retard." Chenlai deliberately dragged out his tone to play the official tone with Hu Xiaoheng to get back at him for scaring him with her singing today. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. His sword-like eyebrows were just about to rise when Chenlai immediately backed down. "Ha ha ha ha, Hu Xiao, I was just joking with you. No, Nianji won't become a retard, but why is her temperature so high? It's even higher than the last time." Hu Xiaoheng was talking about a year and a half ago when Gu Nianji was infected with H3Ob7 and had a high fever that lasted for 2 weeks. Even that time's temperature wasn't as high as this time. Chenlai was also puzzled but didn't dare to pat his chest and say she was definitely fine. But looking at Hu Xiaoheng's eyes, If he dared to say something was wrong, then he would definitely be in trouble before Gu Nianji. Xiao, you still don't believe me? Chen Lai puffed out his fat chest. My medical skills may not be world-class, but they're renowned both at home and abroad. If I say she's fine, then she's fine. But as soon as Xiaoheng turned around, Chen Lai pressed his palms together and silently prayed to the unconscious Gu Nianji. Nianji, you have to be fine. You have to be fine. Xiaoheng suddenly turned around. Chen Lai immediately folded his hands behind his back and shook his head as he looked around the equipment. He looked confident and busy. Xiaoheng believed half of it but couldn't relax the other half. He and Chen Lai both sat by Gu Nianji's bed and didn't speak. One watched the changes in the equipment while the other watched Gu Nianji's expression. Both of them had a tacit understanding that the other wasn't confident either. After a night of anxiety, the sky finally brightened and the temperature and heartbeat displayed on the equipment gradually returned to normal. Chen Lai sighed and got up to wipe his sweat. He didn't tell Xiaoheng that he was drenched in sweat. If he took off his shirt and wrung it, he would be sweating profusely. Xiaoheng didn't sweat, but he was no less nervous than Chen Lai. The last time Gu Nianji was in danger in Germany, he didn't know. By the time he found out, she had already escaped safely. For this, Xiaoheng felt guilty for a period of time. But now that Gu Nianji was in the Xia Empire and under his close protection, something like this still happened. He couldn't forgive himself. Of course, no matter how angry he was, he had to ensure Gu Nianji's health first. Gu Nianji slowly woke up and saw Xiaoheng's concerned eyes when she opened her eyes. He probably hadn't slept all night. Stubble had appeared on his chin, but it didn't make him look sloppy. Instead, it added to his unruly masculine charm. It made Xiaoheng, who had always been solemn and awe-inspiring, look even more handsome in a different way. Gu Nianji sighed inwardly. Did this man realize how lethal his appearance and voice were to her? She was still seriously injured, but he kept flirting with her. He was really too much. Gu Nianji pouted and moved subconsciously. She realized it didn't hurt at all. She was very stunned. The piercing pain in her tailbone yesterday was still fresh in her memory, but now she couldn't feel it at all. This was really strange. Did her self-healing ability go up another level? Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji for a long time and saw that she wasn't moving at all. Her eyes were blank, and he was a bit unsure. Chen Lai's words from yesterday still rang in his ears. Had he really jinxed it? Nianji. Nianji. Xiaoheng couldn't help calling her softly. Gu Nianji came back to her senses and wanted to reach out, but found that her arms were also tied up. Her bones hurt yesterday, so it was fine when they were tied up. Now that there was nothing wrong with her body, it was uncomfortable to be tied up. Gu Nianji blinked. Xiao, untie me. I'm fine now. It doesn't hurt anymore. Really? Xiaoheng was speechless. Did this mean her brain wasn't fried, but she was hallucinating? Xiaoheng leaned over and pressed Gu Nianji's shoulder. Don't move. Your bones are injured. It'll be very troublesome if you don't recover. But I don't hurt anymore. I'm fine now. Gu Nianji quickly widened her eyes at Xiaoheng. Look at me. I'm really fine. Gu Nianji's voice was rather loud, so Chen Lai, who had been watching from the sidelines, had to come over to help. Putting on his glasses, Chen Lai hurriedly stood up. What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Gu Nianji quickly said, Brother Chen, can you tell Xiao that I'm really fine? Can you not tie me up? I can't take it. Chen Lai saw Gu Nianji speak with such vigor and was half convinced that she was fine. People with severe bone fractures would speak with a lack of breath. They definitely wouldn't be like Gu Nianji, who was almost speaking from her chest. It was especially crisp and tender, as delicious as the first green cucumber in early summer. However, Chenlai was a doctor, so he had to completely believe that Gu Nianji was fine. Of course, he had to go through the equipment and not just look at the surface. He pushed Hu Xiaoheng away and said to Gu Nianji, "Let me check your temperature and pulse." After checking the equipment, he found that everything was normal. Her temperature, heartbeat, pulse, and blood pressure were no different from a normal person. Compared to the sky-high temperature last night, the current temperature data looked like a cute little angel. Chenlai reached over and pressed a button to unbuckle all the belts on the bed. He said to Gu Nianji, "Take another CT scan. Can you walk over by yourself?" Gu Nianji sat up with a grunt. "Yes." Hu Xiaoheng's brows were already furrowed. He watched Gu Nianji jump up from the bed, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He walked over with a solemn expression and carried her horizontally. He asked Chenlai, "Where's the CT?" Chenlai pretended not to see that Hu Xiaoheng had already carried Gu Nianji. He said to the confused Gu Nianji nonchalantly, "It's over there. You went there yesterday." He turned around and walked away. Hu Xiaoheng carried Gu Nianji to the CT room and placed her on the conveyor belt. Chenlai started the equipment and performed a second full-body examination on her. After the examination, Chenlai looked at the CT data and the radiographic films. He couldn't believe his eyes. One night. Only one night. The severe bone fracture from yesterday had completely healed. He had originally estimated that it would take at least 2 weeks. And this time, he didn't know if it was because the new injury had been treated in time, but it had healed especially well. There were no scars at all. It was completely different from a normal bone fracture patient's condition after recovery. It was as if she had never been injured in the first place. Chenlai's hands trembled as he looked at the data. He placed it side by side with yesterday's report in front of him. He was so shaken that he almost couldn't sit still. After Gu Nianji left the CT room, Chenlai called out to Hu Xiaoheng. He said dreamily, "Hu Xiao, you must protect Nianji well. Don't let her have any chance of getting hurt again. I'm really afraid that we won't be able to hide it anymore." He felt that Gu Nianji's self-healing ability was already a perfect recovery at the genetic level. It wasn't an ordinary enhanced self-healing ability of the human body. And as she grew older, this self-healing ability became stronger and stronger. After Chenlai said this, he took the initiative to burn both reports in front of Hu Xiaoheng. He also destroyed all the temporary data that had been kept in the CT. Hu Xiaoheng saw Chenlai destroy the data that he had always regarded as a treasure. He finally understood the seriousness of the matter. It was the third watch. Today was the first day of July. The new guaranteed monthly votes had already been dropped. Dear friends, you can vote now. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 928. How could this be? Hu Xiaoheng's relaxed brows furrowed again. His expression was solemn. "I don't understand medicine. Can you explain it more scientifically?" If he didn't know Hu Xiaoheng well, Chenlai would have thought that Hu Xiaoheng was deliberately saying this to slap him in the face. If he could scientifically explain Gu Nianji's special constitution, he would have become an international pioneer in genetic medicine. How could he be scared out of his wits by a set of test data? But even though he understood that Hu Xiaoheng didn't mean to embarrass him, Chenlai still felt very uncomfortable. He had been hailed as a medical genius since he was a teenager. Even his doctoral supervisor had to admit that he was inferior. This was the first time he had encountered a difficult problem. Chenlai sat behind his desk and groaned for a long time. His eyelids drooped as he said nonchalantly, "I'm inexperienced and ignorant. I can't scientifically explain what's going on for now. He threw his pen away angrily and turned his head to the side to stare at the stainless steel trash can in the corner. Hu Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He relaxed a little and reached out to knock on Qianlai's desk. I was just asking if you could explain Nianji's condition from a medical perspective. Why are you throwing a tantrum? Qianlai was silent for a while. He also felt that his anger was a little strange. He scratched his head and chuckled. He said guiltily, Hu Xiao, I'm not throwing a tantrum at you. I'm throwing a tantrum at myself. He coughed lightly. I really don't know why it's like this, but I have a rough idea of what's causing her physical condition. Speak. Let's put it this way. The human body has the ability to repair itself. Everyone has it. For example, getting sick, having a fever, or fighting a virus is a sign that the human body is trying to repair itself. But the average person's self-repair ability isn't that strong. If they can't handle it, they have to see a doctor and take medicine. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. I know that. As for Gu Nianji, her body's self-repair ability is probably several times that of the average person. That's why we discovered these special traits. Qianlai made the final decision. Also, from the example of your mother accepting her bone marrow cells and successfully recovering, her self-repair ability can be transmitted. That means that her genes are like medicine and can cure other people. That's the scariest thing. Hu Xiaoheng had been in the army since he was 18 years old and had been in the army for more than a decade. He had been through life and death situations and had seen as much as the generals during the war. He had long developed the ability to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. But when he heard Qianlai's last sentence, his expression changed and he couldn't speak for a long time. The entire medical building was clearly controlled by the central air conditioner to maintain a constant temperature of 27 degrees Celsius, but Hu Xiaoheng felt that the harsh winter weather outside the building had already invaded his body. It made him shiver all over. So, I want you to be more careful. You can't let anything happen to Gu Nianji again. This time, Professor, he was smart enough to inform us to pick her up. If someone else had been sent to another hospital while Gu Nianji was unconscious, think about the consequences. Qianlai's warning to Hu Xiaoheng was not only for Gu Nianji, but also for Hu Xiaoheng. To be honest, Hu Xiaoheng had seriously violated the rules. At the very least, he would not be able to escape the charge of deceiving his superiors and deceiving his subordinates. As a soldier, it was an unforgivable felony to obey orders but secretly disobey orders. Hu Xiaoheng's only defense was that he hadn't been ordered to report everything about Gu Nianji. The orders he had received from beginning to end had only been to search for Gu Nianji's background and investigate the person who had drawn the engine blueprints. But if Gu Nianji's physical condition was exposed, those people wouldn't think that way. They would only say that Hu Xiaoheng was playing with words and still put the label of disobeying orders on him. For Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng was practically risking his entire future. In the face of Qianlai's warning, Hu Xiaoheng only shook his head nonchalantly. He stared at Qianlai and said, "As long as you keep your mouth shut about this, I promise there won't be any problems." "Of course I won't say anything." Qianlai glared at Hu Xiaoheng. "I see Nianji as my own sister. Who would want their own family to be a lab rat? You can set your mind at ease." "Okay." Hu Xiaoheng stood up and adjusted his military cap. "Then it's fine. I'll take Nianji to my official residence for 2 days and think about what to do in the future." Qianlai didn't object. He winked at him. Go. But she's still recovering from her injuries. Take it easy." Hu Xiaoheng pretended not to hear the perverted meaning in Qianlai's words. He turned around and walked out of his office to the intensive care unit outside. Gu Nianji sat on the sofa and stared blankly at a cup of hot water. She looked up to see Hu Xiaoheng come out. Gu Nianji looked up, her dark, glassy eyes wet. She said pitifully, Hua Xiao, I'm hungry. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He was originally worried, but seeing her like a little kitten begging for food, all his unease disappeared. Food was the most important thing in the world. Let's go to my place. Hua Xiaoheng walked to Gu Nianji and helped her stand. I'm fine. I can walk by myself. Gu Nianji didn't want him to help her. She wasn't injured, so why was she pretending to be sick? Hua Xiaoheng gave her a sidelong glance. Aren't you hungry? You can still walk. Okay, that was true. Gu Nianji stopped struggling and obediently allowed Hua Xiaoheng to help her back to his official residence. On the way there, Hua Xiaoheng called the kitchen to prepare food for her. The official residence's kitchen was stocked with all kinds of ingredients all year round, and all kinds of broth were constantly simmering. Hearing that Gu Nianji hadn't eaten for a day and night, the orderly in the kitchen gave her a bowl of chicken soup with silver thread noodles made from Rehmannia. The Rehmannia chose free-range hens that were less than a year old and had been simmered in a slow cooker for an entire day. The oil had been skimmed off, and even the chicken had melted in the soup. 2 handfuls of green vegetables, some bean sprouts, and some salt were put in a small white porcelain bowl. Gu Nianji smelled the chicken soup as soon as she entered. Following the smell, she ran to the dining room first. Hua Xiaoheng followed her in and saw that Gu Nianji was already holding a small bowl of silver thread noodles. Her eyes were squinted as she ate, so he was relieved to return to his room. His room was on the 2nd floor. It was a suite that was connected to the study, office, bedroom, and living room. After entering, he immediately turned on the computer to receive the work report sent by the Secret Service personnel. After the meeting, the 4 Secret Service personnel summarized the situation during this period and wrote a detailed report. Hua Xiaoheng opened the email and read it attentively. The report wasn't long, only 3 pages, but Hua Xiaoheng read it for a full 15 minutes. The report detailed the various situations around Gu Nianji over the past few days. Aside from the daily trivial matters, there were a few things that made Hua Xiaoheng vigilant. For example, the time she was almost hit by a bicycle on campus. Also, there were some strangers who appeared around Gu Nianji recently. They didn't do anything out of line, but as long as Gu Nianji appeared on campus, these people would follow her inconspicuously. When it came to secretly following people, if the Special Operations Forces claimed to be second best, no one would claim to be first. These people's actions couldn't be seen by ordinary people. Even Gu Nianji didn't notice that there were people spying on her. But to the Secret Service personnel of the Special Operations Forces, it was nothing. It was just that these people really only paid attention to Gu Nianji and didn't do anything at all. Therefore, the Special Operations Forces personnel only watched them and didn't expose their own whereabouts. And in the past few days, these people had disappeared from the B University campus and hadn't come back since. Therefore, they weren't sure if they were targeting Gu Nianji. The Secret Service personnel of the Special Operations Forces were preparing to report these situations to Hua Xiaoheng at the next regular meeting, but this situation happened to Gu Nianji. They usually had a regular meeting every 15 days. Hua Xiaoheng and his subordinates had the same intuition that these people weren't simple. But why didn't they do anything? It seemed like they were only secretly observing. Could it be that they were being paranoid? Hua Xiaoheng fell into deep thought. Gu Nianji finished a bowl of fragrant chicken soup with silver thread noodles and instantly felt her vitality return. She wiped her mouth and returned to her room on the 2nd floor to take a shower. Lying in bed for a day and a night, she also had a high fever. She felt like she was rotten. But Hua Xiaoheng didn't look disgusted at all. Gu Nianji sat in the bathtub and took a bubble bath. She thought about Hua Xiaoheng's deep and magnetic voice when he sang "Flying Bugs" to her before she fell asleep yesterday. Oh my! It was so beautiful. Why was she so smart yesterday? She really wanted to give herself a thumbs up. She remembered that when she first started working for Hu Xiaoheng, he used to make her some nursery rhymes. When he wasn't home, Gu Nianji could listen to them and hypnotize herself. Out of so many nursery rhymes, Gu Nianji only remembered Flying Bugs because the melody was very beautiful, but the lyrics didn't sound like a nursery rhyme. She had cursed it when she was young, so she remembered it clearly. Now that she thought about it, Hu Xiaoheng probably became familiar with it at that time, so he could sing it. Even soldiers could sing. Gu Nianji had a deep understanding of this. Military songs were loud and clear. It wasn't a simple phrase. However, Hu Xiaoheng had never sung before. At least, Gu Nianji had never heard him sing before. This time, she used her injury as an excuse to ask, and it actually worked. Gu Nianji was a bit regretful that she had recovered so quickly. Otherwise, she could have asked him to sing again. She let her imagination run wild in the bathtub, and before she knew it, the water in the bathtub was about to turn cold. Hu Xiaoheng was already knocking on the bathroom door. "Nianji, are you done?" Gu Nianji snapped back to reality and quickly stood up from the bathtub. She turned on the shower and rinsed before coming out with a towel wrapped around her. As soon as she opened the bathroom door, Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng like she had never seen him before. Hu Xiaoheng felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze. "What's wrong?" Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and put her hand on her waist. "Hu Xiao, my bones still hurt, still hurt." Hu Xiaoheng actually looked relieved. "Then it's not healed yet." Gu Nianji was speechless. She continued, "Yes, it still hurts. If I can't sleep later, can Hu Xiao sing me another lullaby?" Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. "Are you going to kiss, hug, and raise me up high?" Hu Xiaoheng looked at her coldly and folded his hands behind his back. He was unmoved and saw through her trick. He wouldn't sing that kind of song again. Gu Nianji rubbed her nose awkwardly. "That's not necessary." When she walked back to the bedroom, Hu Xiaoheng had already put the Secret Service personnel's work report on her desk. "Look at this material and think about whether there have been any unusual people around you recently. This is the first update. It's a new month, and the guaranteed monthly votes have been dropped. Dear friends, you can vote now. At 1 p.m., the monthly votes for June will be increased by 5,400. At 7 p.m., the third update. P.S. Dear friends, you were amazing yesterday. Thank you for your monthly votes. Thank you to Momo Moshi and Man Ling for their 10,000 Qidian coins each yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 929. Gu Nianji dried her hair with a towel and glanced sideways at Hu Xiaoheng. She asked in confusion. "Abnormal person. What do you mean?" Hu Xiaoheng crossed his arms and leaned against the edge of Gu Nianji's desk. He explained to her what had happened recently. "From the feedback from your security personnel, your fall this time was a bit strange." "Strange?" Gu Nianji was even more surprised. It was just a slippery road on a snowy day. How could it be strange? At least she didn't feel like someone was deliberately trying to harm her. The sanitation worker who fell and avoided the snow plow to avoid hitting the sanitation worker. Gu Nianji also avoided the snow plow and accidentally brushed against a piece of floating ice. This kind of thing was normal on a snowy day. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head. "We're not very sure either, so it's just a suspicion. Take a look at this material and tell me if there's a problem." Hu Xiaoheng left after speaking, leaving Gu Nianji alone in the room. Gu Nianji picked up the hairdryer and dried her hair as she quickly read the material. The material wasn't long, only 3 pages, but it was very informative. Gu Nianji knew that she had security personnel around her, but she was still a bit surprised to see that her daily activities were clearly observed. She silently read through the entire document, and her brows furrowed. Hua Xiaoheng was right. There really was something fishy. If it weren't for these people secretly observing her, it wouldn't have been easy to find clues. Gu Nianji recalled the last two accidents. The first was the bicycle. There were no suspicious people on the road at the time. She clearly saw two groups of people walking from both ends of the road. When she passed between them, no one deliberately pushed her. The accident could almost be described as, when the conditions are right, success will follow. Later, she was saved by a young man on a skateboard. It was an accident because that person turned out to be her security personnel. And this time, the accident that seriously injured her tailbone was the same. A series of seemingly unrelated events finally led to her injury. According to the situation described in the material, if her security personnel hadn't stepped in and sat her down, the back of her head would have hit the rock garden. Gu Nianji knew very well how important the back of the brain was to the human body. If something really happened to that part of her body, she would be a cripple even if she lived. If Gu Nianji's previous bicycle incident could be described as an accident, then this snowy fall could be described as intentional murder. But if it was really murder, then the mastermind was too powerful. It was as if he hadn't made a move at all and had only cleverly made use of some unexpected events to lead to the final result. Gu Nianji rubbed her knees with lingering fear. Who could be so powerful? What method did he use to make use of this chain of events to achieve this result? Naturally, Gu Nianji also thought of the word probability. Her computer skills were very solid, and she didn't just know how to apply them. In order to master computer science, one must not be bad at mathematics. Gu Nianji's mathematics was completely self-taught in the Special Operations Forces base. However, from the age of 13, it only took her 2 years to learn all the mathematics subjects by herself, including advanced mathematics such as calculus during her university days. Probability was a mathematical concept and an important part of statistics. She was no stranger. When she realized that these seemingly scattered events could actually achieve an unexpected result when combined, Gu Nianji subconsciously wanted to calculate the probability of various events happening. In statistical terms, it was the probability of various events happening. Then, she used a formula or algorithm to link the probability of these different events happening and calculated under what circumstances which events could happen in a coherent manner. When they happened in a coherent manner, what would be the result? Gu Nianji was fascinated by her own thinking. She didn't care that her hair was still wet and immediately turned on the computer in the house. She opened the program and began to write a computer program to calculate. At that moment, in a small building in the Yu Mountain Villa district, Ishihara and his grandson were sitting opposite each other and drinking. There was a short long table in front of each of them. It was filled with Japanese snacks, fruits, and sake. Ishihara Taro knelt behind the long table and raised his glass to the old man. "Grandfather, Gu Nianji can escape this time, but she won't be able to escape next time. Don't worry, when we find the hospital she's staying in, I will have an even more powerful backup waiting for her." The old man was full of smiles and said emotionally, "Taro, you were really too powerful this time. Is Gu Nianji's injury very serious?" Although she didn't die immediately, it was said that she was seriously injured and was dragged away by an ambulance. Many people saw it with their own eyes. It was said that her tailbone was severely damaged and she couldn't move. She was tied up with a belt on the stretcher in the ambulance. There were photos as proof. Ishihara Taro said proudly, "I calculated the reaction force she received at that time. It was almost enough to make her entire spine pop out of her body. A serious spinal dislocation and a serious bone fracture will make her spend the rest of her life in a hospital bed." They had already skillfully killed a person in the hospital. It was too easy to kill a paraplegic like Gu Nianji. The old man obviously thought so too and praised Ishihara Taro. "Taro, if your father was still alive, I don't know how happy he would be. Grandfather, you're too kind. I spent 5 years to figure out the pattern and came up with a preliminary algorithm. There's still a long way to go, Ishihara Taro said sincerely. But I will come up with an algorithm that will never be wrong as soon as possible. That way, we can use it to do more things. If he could find all the mistakes, they wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. The problem with his algorithm was that it couldn't cover everything, so it worked sometimes. This wasn't a big problem when it came to dealing with people, because if it failed, they could just try again. As long as they succeeded once and killed the other party, everything would be fine. But it couldn't be used in other areas, such as the stock market. That was because even if they succeeded 99 times, as long as they failed once, they could very well go bankrupt. Therefore, at the moment, his algorithm was not enough to create real wealth for the company. He could only help the company clear the obstacles first before he could fight for precious time and funds for his research to perfect his algorithm. He had to have zero tolerance for mistakes. Hu Xiaoheng was in his room dealing with work. He lost track of time when he was busy. He raised his wrist to look at his watch. It was already 5 in the afternoon. It was time for dinner. It should have been 7 or 8 hours since he brought Gu Nianji back in the morning, right? Gu Nianji hadn't come to look for him even once. Hu Xiaoheng was a bit puzzled. He turned off the computer and stood up from his desk. Hu Xiaoheng first turned on the intercom to call the orderly. Did Miss Gu go out today? Hu Xiaoheng asked. The orderly quickly replied, No, Hu Xiao, Miss Gu didn't even eat lunch. Hu Xiaoheng froze. He often forgot to eat lunch, but Gu Nianji rarely did. What was going on? Hu Xiaoheng strode out of his room and went to Gu Nianji's room across the street. Opening the door to Gu Nianji's bedroom, Hu Xiaoheng saw Gu Nianji sitting in front of the computer and staring intently at the screen. The computer flashed with a blue light, and a series of numbers and symbols jumped on the screen. Gu Nianji's delicate fingers quickly typed out a long formula. She seemed to be calculating. It was the second update, and the monthly votes had been delivered at 5,400 plus updates. The guaranteed monthly votes had been dropped, so you can vote now, dear friends. It was the third update at 7 p.m. P.S. Although the melody of the song, Flying Bugs, sounded like a children's song, the lyrics weren't children's songs at all, because it was used to coax big babies to sleep, not little babies, you guys understand. Chapter 930. What are you calculating? Hu Xiaoheng leaned over and placed one hand on the back of Gu Nianji's chair and the other on the desk in front of her. Gu Nianji was immersed in the world of mathematics and didn't hear what Hu Xiaoheng said at all. Hu Xiaoheng didn't mind either. His eyes stopped on the iPad next to the desk. The page on the iPad was called Chaos Mathematics. Looking at the formulas and programs Gu Nianji was calculating, Hu Xiaoheng felt like he understood something. He silently took the iPad and sat on the sofa next to Gu Nianji to start reading. Gu Nianji worked hard and used almost 10 hours to finally come up with a preliminary calculation formula. Hu Xiao, when did you get here? Gu Nianji touched the back of her stiff neck and was surprised to see Hu Xiaoheng sitting next to her. He was supporting his head with his hand and looking at the iPad on his knee. Hu Xiaoheng looked up and glanced at the computer screen. I just got here not long ago. He asked her again, what are you calculating? Gu Nianji immediately became happy and said excitedly, I'm using chaos mathematics to calculate probability. Brother Zhe taught me before, but he uses chaos mathematics to make artificial intelligence programs. I think I can borrow it to try. As she spoke, she pointed to the formulas and data on the computer and explained one by one. Look, I first assumed that these events happened by chance and were not the result of human intervention. So I categorized the events listed on the materials and estimated the probability. Then I found a suitable algorithm to loop them in and see what the result would be. Oh. What result? Hu Xiaoheng was also a little interested. If this algorithm could be used, it would save a lot of trouble. The result is that the probability of these events happening is the highest among all random events. Hu Xiaoheng said. Explain clearly. Let me put it this way. In theory, as long as it is not deliberately arranged, then the probability of everything happening should be random. There is no such possibility that it will happen. But from the results of my calculations, in order to achieve the final result, such as the result of the most recent fall, the probability of the series of events happening before was the highest. Isn't that obvious? Hu Xiaoheng was confused. If the probability wasn't the highest, it wouldn't have happened. Yes. Gu Nianji laughed. That's true, but one thing can be explained this way, but if all the connected events are the ones with the highest probability, then it's not a coincidence. Hu Xiaoheng understood a little and looked at Gu Nianji thoughtfully. You mean that these incidents were deliberately selected? However, who could be so powerful as to be able to pick out the highest probability among thousands of complicated events and link them together? How are they connected? That's right, this is actually the opponent's weakness. This proves that these events are fake randomness. Gu Nianji raised her chin proudly, revealing her slender, swan-like neck. Hu Xiaoheng was mesmerized by Gu Nianji's high spirits. Ever since the incident in Germany, how long had it been since he had seen Gu Nianji this proud and lively? This was his Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng smiled. Seeing that Gu Nianji had finally gotten over the knot in her heart and was able to once again display her charm and ability, he sighed softly. His voice was still low and gentle. Fake randomness. How can I prove it? It's very simple. Gu Nianji turned around and picked up the mouse to point at one of her formulas on the computer. Look here, these events with the highest probability are picked out in order. There must be a trigger, which is an opportunity. With this opportunity, the subsequent events will naturally happen. Hu Xiaoheng sat up straight, his eyes never leaving Gu Nianji's beautiful and confident face. So what you're saying is that this opportunity isn't random, but man-made. All right. Gu Nianji couldn't help clapping for Hu Xiaoheng. It was so easy talking to smart people. Hu Xiaoheng leaned back on the sofa and thought. Then how can we find this man-made opportunity? Have you thought about it? Gu Nianji nodded. Of course I have. I want to prove whether my theory and algorithm are correct, so I must find this opportunity that will trigger the subsequent events. How do I find it? Hu Xiao, you'll help me, right? Gu Nianji walked over and sat cross-legged on the carpet in front of the sofa. She leaned against Hu Xiaoheng's leg and looked up at him with a smile. Help me find this opportunity, right? How do you want me to help you? Gu Nianji pushed his leg. Can you get the surveillance footage of those places? Hu Xiaoheng pinched her delicate little nose. Okay, I'll go look for it. Gu Nianji rubbed against his leg happily. Go, go. The sooner the better. Hu Xiaoheng let her go down for dinner and returned to his office to give Yin Shixiang an order to get the surveillance footage of those two places from the university. Yin Shixiang accepted the order and left. Hu Xiaoheng casually opened the surveillance footage of the hospital where Gu Yanran's father was hospitalized. He had already obtained it a long time ago. Hu Xiaoheng had never believed that Gu Yanran's father's death was an accident. However, there was no evidence. Therefore, he retrieved the surveillance footage from that day and watched it repeatedly. However, he couldn't find any traces of a man-made attack. In Gu Yanran's father's ward, no matter how he looked at it, no matter how fast or slow, it showed that it was an accident. No one tried to take advantage of the situation to kill him. However, after reading the introduction to chaos mathematics and talking to Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng suddenly had a different idea. Because Gu Yanran's father had always been under surveillance, they originally wanted to keep him alive to catch the big fish. In the end, they didn't catch the big fish, and even the bait was destroyed. Hu Xiaoheng didn't know how many times he thought about what happened in the hospital. Therefore, the chaos mathematics and Gu Nianji's theory that he saw today suddenly inspired Hu Xiaoheng. He couldn't help but wonder if that incident was the same as Gu Nianji's accident. Was it actually all fake? He sat in his office and listed the events that happened when Gu Yanran's father died in the hospital. He began to analyze the probability of these events based on Gu Nianji's theory. The results were just as he expected. These events had the highest probability of happening. In order to achieve the result of Gu Yanran's father's death, these events had the highest probability of happening. That made sense. Previously, they had focused on the inside of the ward. What if the opportunity happened outside of the ward? Just like dominoes, in order to topple the dominoes, someone had to do it at least once. Who was the person who pushed the dominoes? Hu Xiaoheng looked at the surveillance footage frame by frame. This time, his focus was on the outside of the ward. He saw the youths who looked like gangsters chatting and laughing in the corridor opposite Gu Yanran's father's ward. He also saw a young nurse pushing a surgical cart over. There was no one else outside the ward. At that moment, his gaze was finally blinded by a golden light. Where did the golden light come from? It was the third watch. The guaranteed monthly votes had dropped. Everyone, you can vote now. Chapter 931. Hu Xiaoheng's slender and powerful fingers paused on the mouse for a moment before continuously clicking the rewind button. After repeating this a few times, he finally discovered where the tiny golden light had come from. The bright golden color wasn't actually that deep, and it only appeared for a very short time. Even if he looked at it frame by frame, most people wouldn't notice it. However, this kind of small detail was not worth mentioning to the Special Operations Forces, who had specially trained their night vision. They hadn't seen it before because they hadn't paid attention to the small details outside the ward. After all, the fight had taken place inside the ward, and what happened outside was just a small interlude. Everyone's habitual thought was that someone had taken advantage of the chaos to commit a crime in the ward. Of course, they later discovered that wasn't the case. The surveillance footage in the ward showed that it really was an accident, and the key person who stepped on the power cord was the doctor who had tried to stop the fight. They had also investigated the doctor countless times, and there was no motive or suspicion at all. When Gu Nianji's thoughts broke Hu Xiaoheng's habitual thought process, his focus immediately shifted from inside the ward to outside. Like dominoes, they used to focus on the last few dominoes, but the cause was actually an external force hitting the first domino. Hu Xiaoheng's gaze lingered on the flash of golden light. His fingers clicked on the mouse, and he gradually enlarged the golden light. Finally, he discovered that the golden light wasn't anything else, but a tiny gold coin. It was a very pure gold, just like the color of gold. For thousands of years, gold status as a unique item of equivalent exchange had almost become a conditioned reflex in the human mind. Whenever someone discovered something golden, they would involuntarily look at it. It was this gold coin that suddenly rolled diagonally to the bottom of the video that caused the subsequent series of events. Was this coin that opportunity? No. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head. It should be the person who tossed the coin that was the real trigger, the opportunity. However, no matter how he played the video, he couldn't see the person who tossed the coin. It seemed that the person had done his homework. He cleverly chose the camera's blind spot and stood there to toss a coin. Since then, he had changed many people's lives. Hu Xiaoheng watched the video silently and cut that part. Gu Nianji waited downstairs for a long time, but Hu Xiaoheng didn't come down for dinner. She was hungry, but she refused to eat alone. The orderly came over several times, and finally couldn't take it anymore. He went upstairs and knocked on Hua Xiaoheng's door. "Chief, Miss Gu is waiting for you for dinner." Hua Xiaoheng froze and said into the intercom, "Let her eat first." "We told her, but Miss Gu refused. She's still waiting." The orderly outside the door scratched his head helplessly. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at the files on the computer. It was almost done, so he logged out and turned off the computer. Standing up, he said, "I'll be right down." The orderly laughed and said happily, "Yes, Chief." He quickly went downstairs and said to Gu Nianji, "The chief will be coming down soon. Do you want the food served?" Gu Nianji quickly nodded. "Hurry up, I'm going to faint from hunger." As soon as Hua Xiaoheng walked into the dining room, he took off his military cap and hung it on the wall hook as he said, "Eat if you're hungry." "Why are you being so polite with me?" Gu Nianji blinked. "If I didn't do that, would you have come down for dinner?" She had long known that the only way to deal with people like Hua Xiaoheng was to use the tactic of, "I won't eat if you don't eat." Otherwise, Chief Hua, who was so busy every day, could really only eat one meal every 3 days and drink dew from the wind and become an immortal. Or is it my fault? Hua Xiaoheng wasn't angry at all after being set up by Gu Nianji. His expression was very gentle. However, the orderlies standing next to him were already used to it. They would always ask for Miss Gu's help if they couldn't handle something. The chief could indeed save on food when he worked, and the orderlies were also very desperate. The dishes were all served. Hua Xiaoheng waved his hand and dismissed the orderlies. There were only him and Gu Nianji in the dining room. The crystal chandelier above the long dining table fell and illuminated the room. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the scene and felt like it was a lifetime ago. Gu Nianji cocked her head and used the knife to cut the steak. She didn't even look up as she said, "Of course it's not your fault. It's my fault. I shouldn't have threatened and bribed Chief Hua." Her words were pleasant to hear, but there was no hint of apology. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and leaned over to whisper in her ear. "When did you bribe him? Why didn't I know about it? I wouldn't dare. I was just saying. Don't take it seriously." Gu Nianji curled her lips and raised her glass of juice. "Hua Xiao, here, let me toast you." "I don't drink." Hua Xiaoheng didn't play along. He looked down and carefully cut the steak in front of him as he said, "When Big Xiong gets the B University surveillance, let's watch it together." Gu Nianji nodded and took a big sip of coconut juice. This was her favorite juice at this stage of her life. She liked mango juice when she was young, but later discovered it wasn't good for her teeth, so she only drank orange juice and watermelon juice. Now she was addicted to coconut juice. Hua Xiaoheng always had coconut juice at his place, and it was fresh. They didn't speak anymore and finished dinner in silence. The orderlies saw that they had finished eating and came in to clear the table. They also gave each of them a cup of tea. Gu Nianji wanted Biluakun tea, and Hua Xiaoheng wanted pu, or tea. Yin Shixiang returned from B University before they finished their cups of tea. "Hua Xiao, Nianji, did you just finish dinner?" "I haven't eaten yet." He didn't stand on ceremony and sat down casually. "What are we eating tonight?" "I can eat a whole cow." Yin Shixiang looked at the orderlies and asked. The orderlies was a new recruit this year. He smiled and said, "Perfect, we're having steak today." "How do you want it, Colonel Yin?" "Medium well." Yin Shixiang snapped his fingers and turned to look at Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng. "You've already finished eating. Don't you want some dessert?" Gu Nianji shook her head and rushed him. "Brother Xiong, hurry up. I can't wait." Hua Xiaoheng stood up. "Nianji, let's go up first." "Big Xiong, come up after you're done." "Okay." Yin Shixiang waved his hand. "Please help yourselves." I'm a fast eater. Gu Nianji also stood up and giggled at Yin Shixiang. Brother Xiong, don't eat so fast. Be careful not to choke. Yin Shixiang glared at her, but Gu Nianji had already turned around and followed Hu Xiaoheng with light steps. Yin Shixiang looked at their harmonious backs as they walked side by side and suddenly smiled. He scratched his head and took out his phone to send a message to Ma Qiqi. Kiss brother Xiong, Qiqi, Nianji and Hu Xiao seemed to have reconciled. After sending the message, he put away his phone and started wolfing down his food. Hu Xiaoheng took Gu Nianji to his room on the second floor and had her sit behind his desk. He showed Gu Nianji the surveillance video from the hospital. Nianji, take a look. Is there a trigger in this video? Gu Nianji could immediately tell that this was the hospital where Gu Yanran's father passed away. There's a problem with this too. Could it be that he didn't pass away due to bad luck? Gu Nianji curiously opened the surveillance video and began to watch it from the beginning. Hu Xiaoheng sat next to her and watched the surveillance video with her. At the spot where Hu Xiaoheng found the golden light, Gu Nianji also pressed pause and murmured. What is this? Her slender and soft fingers clicked on the mouse and quickly zoomed in on the target. A gold coin. Am I seeing things? This is a murder case caused by a gold coin. Gu Nianji laughed. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. Look, ever since this gold coin appeared, the behavior of the person behind it changed. It's developing in the direction of killing Gu Yanran's father. Gu Nianji dragged the progress bar of the surveillance video but realized that no matter how long she dragged, she couldn't see the person who threw the gold coin. You can't see it. This person must have investigated the location of the surveillance cameras in the hospital, so he just happened to be standing in the camera's blind spot. Hu Xiaoheng leaned back in his seat and raised his arms to cover the back of his head. His long legs crossed leisurely, and his entire being was very relaxed. Gu Nianji pouted and rested her chin on her hand. She slowly watched the surveillance video and said calmly, if this person hiding in the camera's blind spot is the person who threw the gold coin, then you can see that he's very arrogant and thinks he's God. God threw dice to create the world, and this person threw a coin to control other people's lives just to enjoy the fun of being able to do whatever he wants. Hu Xiaoheng nodded slowly. That makes sense. The person who can think of this method to kill is not only arrogant but also paranoid. As the two of them spoke, Yin Shixiang quickly came up and handed the surveillance video he brought back from the university to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng took the USB and inserted it into the computer to watch with Gu Nianji and Yin Shixiang. The first surveillance video was of the place where Gu Nianji was almost hit by a bicycle. The surveillance video of that place was on a telephone pole not far away. It wasn't directly facing the small road where the accident happened, so the view was a bit off. But even so, the three of them simultaneously saw a small gold coin rolling into the camera from a certain direction. Gu Nianji immediately pressed pause and glanced at Hu Xiaoheng. It's actually a gold coin. Hu Xiaoheng patted her shoulder comfortingly. It's okay. Keep watching. He had a hunch that these cases were related. This small gold coin was finally able to connect them. But just like the hospital surveillance, this video also didn't capture the person who threw the coin. So the person who threw the gold coin once again chose the camera's blind spot. But when Gu Nianji looked at the angle and direction the coin rolled from, she silently recalled the scene at the time. Her heart skipped a beat and she immediately remembered the handsome young man in the black double-breasted uniform. If she remembered correctly, the young man had been standing in the same direction as the coin had rolled from. Hu Xiaoheng had already started playing the second surveillance video. It was the place where Gu Nianji almost fell to the ground and became paralyzed. In the surveillance video, snowflakes danced and the snow on the ground began to thicken. The light from the snow was a bit blinding. There weren't many people on the road, so the snow on the ground was clearly captured. So when the small gold coin appeared on the snow, Gu Nianji didn't hesitate to press pause. There's no need to watch anymore. It's definitely the same person, Gu Nianji said quietly. This is the first update. It's a new month, and the guaranteed monthly votes have already dropped. Dear friends, you can vote now. Today is Monday, and Monday's recommended votes are especially important. At 1 p.m., the June monthly votes will be 5,700 plus updates. All the June monthly votes and updates will be paid off. At 7 p.m., the third update. Chapter 932. When they saw the same gold coin in 3 different surveillance videos, the natural conclusion was that the trigger that triggered the chain of events was the same person. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed, but she didn't mention the handsome young man in the black double-breasted uniform. Yin Shixiang was extremely regretful. Why didn't we get this person? What a pity. Gu Nianji shook her head and turned around on Hu Xiaoheng's swivel chair. Crossing her hands in front of her chest, she looked up at the 2 tall men in front of her and said calmly, actually, legally speaking, it doesn't make a difference whether we got it or not. I'd like to hear the details. Yin Shixiang pretended to be listening attentively. Hu Xiaoheng also looked at her attentively. Gu Nianji held the mouse and pointed at the static gold coin on the screen. Because this person didn't do anything, he only threw a gold coin. What can you do to him? Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. What crime? Casually throwing trash. Legally speaking, a gold coin isn't trash, it's something valuable. Gu Nianji sighed, the other party is very smart. He even calculated that even if we found out, we wouldn't be able to do anything. No court would accept their theory. In fact, from a legal point of view, these algorithms were only auxiliary. They could help solve cases, but they were useless for filing a case and convicting someone. That's too much. Yin Shixiang clenched his fists angrily and punched them hard. This is a clear provocation. It was an arrogant, I did it, what can you do about it? So Gu Nianji didn't mention the young man in black. What was the use of saying it? Hu Xiao would definitely investigate, but wouldn't Hu Xiao violate the rules if he did this when the other party didn't break the law? Gu Nianji knew that because the Special Operations Forces had too much power, the Senate and Cabinet were very wary of the Special Operations Forces' actions within the country. She didn't want to cause trouble for him, and she also didn't want to be a hindrance to his career. Gu Nianji had her own ideas about this person. That person's target was her, so he would definitely appear by her side again. If she remembered correctly, she seemed to have met him at the library entrance that day. Hu Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and looked at the light gold velvet floor-to-ceiling curtains. He said calmly, their target is Nianji. As long as Nianji is fine, they will continue. So, don't worry, they will definitely give themselves away. Gu Nianji, right? It was the same as what she thought, so she couldn't say it out loud. Gu Nianji returned to her bedroom thoughtfully and sat on the sofa in a daze. The algorithm formula just now lingered in her mind. Something was itching to try, wanting to jump out and express itself. She clutched her wildly beating heart, curled her lips, and said softly, if the law can't punish you, then let's have a fair competition and see whose algorithm is better. Gu Nianji knew her idea was crazy, but if the other party really wanted to kill her silently and didn't have to bear any legal responsibility, she was sorry, but she couldn't take it lying down. She didn't want to sit around and wait for her death. She didn't want to wait for the other party to set another trap for her. She could only escape under the protection of others. Because when the other party triggered the domino effect again, it would be even tighter and more intense than this time. At that time, even if Hu Xiaoheng could send people to secretly protect her, it would only be a life for a life. Gu Nianji didn't want anyone on her side to sacrifice themselves, especially for her. She was very grateful for this kind of act of using their lives to protect her, but she also felt that it was very heavy and suffocating. Moreover, she also had accumulated anger in her heart and wanted to vent it. Everyone only had one life. What right did that person have to think that he was superior and had the ability to transcend the law and dictate the life and death of others? If he wanted to be God, he had to see if he had the ability to do so. Gu Nianji thought about this and sleepwalked to her desk. She turned on the computer and began a series of calculations. Late at night, Hu Xiaoheng's work for the day temporarily came to an end. He turned off the computer and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He walked around the office twice to relax his muscles before going to Gu Nianji's room. Gu Nianji was typing on the computer and seemed to be calculating. But this time, Gu Nianji turned off the computer as soon as Hu Xiaoheng walked in. She turned around uncomfortably and forced a smile at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiao, why aren't you asleep yet? I should be asking you that. Hu Xiaoheng walked behind her. Why did you turn off the computer as soon as I came in? Gu Nianji didn't know how to answer and muttered. That's my privacy. Hu Xiaoheng raised his brows. Privacy? You? Of course I have privacy. Gu Nianji turned around and saw Hu Xiaoheng's meaningful gaze. She suddenly became angry from embarrassment and stood up. You have to respect my privacy. I'm going to sleep now. Please go back. Hu Xiaoheng curled his lips and put his hands in his trouser pockets. His sharp and deep gaze slowly looked her up and down. Gu Nianji suddenly felt like she was naked in front of Hu Xiaoheng. Seeing that Gu Nianji was about to explode, Hu Xiaoheng finally withdrew his gaze and patted her head. Okay, I respect your privacy. Go to sleep. With that, he turned around and left Gu Nianji's bedroom. He left so quickly that Gu Nianji was confused, but she didn't chase after him. She stood in the middle of the bedroom with a frown and watched Hu Xiaoheng's figure disappear outside the door. She quickly locked the bedroom door, then slipped onto the bed and continued her calculations on her phone. The phone wasn't as powerful as a computer, but her algorithms didn't need too much memory. After optimization, the phone's core could also handle it. Gu Nianji hid under the covers and tinkered with all kinds of permutations. She didn't even know when she fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, she found that the phone was completely out of battery. She only stayed in Hu Xiaoheng's official residence for a day. When she woke up that morning, she pestered Hu Xiaoheng to go back to school. Hu Xiaoheng still had a few meetings after breakfast. It was almost the end of the year, and they were also very busy. Unable to resist Gu Nianji's pestering, Hu Xiaoheng finally agreed with a headache. However, he made her promise that she couldn't leave the Secret Service's sight. Gu Nianji blinked her large, glassy eyes and said very sincerely, Hu Xiao, it's almost the new year. You should think about how to celebrate it. I can graduate before the new year. Will you come to the graduation ceremony? As soon as she said that, Hu Xiaoheng's mind turned to Gu Nianji's post-graduation matters. He patted her head. Study hard and take a break for 6 months after graduation. Gu Nianji smiled and didn't comment. She waved at him and called He Zhichu to ask him to pick her up and take her back to school. Hu Xiaoheng was a bit distracted during the meeting, but he only came back to his senses when it was lunchtime. He had actually been tricked by Gu Nianji. She didn't answer his questions directly at all. Instead, she changed the topic to graduation and completely diverted his attention. Hu Xiaoheng understood and chuckled. He continued the meeting after lunch. He Zhichu drove to pick up Gu Nianji. She was waiting for him outside the yellow line at the entrance of the Special Operations Forces. As soon as the car arrived, Gu Nianji got in and said, Professor He, can you take me back to the house I bought first? Aren't you going back to school? He Zhichu didn't understand. Gu Nianji paused and smiled. Yes, but for the last 3 weeks, I want to be a day student and live in my house in Hippingli. It was the second update. The June monthly tickets had arrived at 5,700 plus updates. The guaranteed monthly tickets had been dropped. Dear friends, you can vote now. Today was Monday, and recommendation tickets were also very important. It was the third update at 7 p.m. Chapter 933. You're going to graduate soon and you're so busy. Why are you still attending day school? Heejichu looked at Gu Nianji, or are you up to something? Gu Nianji turned to look at the scenery outside the car window and replied calmly, why would I? Professor He, you're overthinking things. Heejichu snorted and quickly drove onto the highway to Hippingli as he said slowly, Nianji, your ears move involuntarily when you're nervous. What do you mean? Gu Nianji instinctively touched her ears. You're still denying it. You've exposed yourself, haven't you? Why would you touch your ears if you're not guilty? Heejichu saw through Gu Nianji's pretense. Gu Nianji laughed mischievously, I'm trying to prove that my ears didn't move and refute Professor He's claims. What are you thinking? Heejichu glanced at her, his shimmering, sultry eyes flashing, that's good. He then continued to persuade her, no matter what you're thinking, you have to wait until after you graduate. You only have 3 weeks left, you don't want to fail at the last step, right? Gu Nianji nodded repeatedly, I know, Professor He. Don't worry, I'm going back to my own house for the convenience of studying. Stop bullshitting. Heejichu refused to believe her lame excuse, if it's for the convenience of studying, the school dormitory is the most convenient. If you're afraid of disturbing your roommates, you're living in a room alone, so there's no problem. Gu Nianji sighed, the older, the wiser. I can't argue with you, so let's go back to school. That's more like it. Heejichu turned the steering wheel and got off the highway to head towards the university. After driving for a while, Heejichu said dryly, the older, the wiser. Am I that old? She didn't expect Heejichu to care about age. Gu Nianji blinked and quickly said, you're not a ginger, I wasn't talking about you. Heejichu gripped the steering wheel tightly and said pointedly, I'm the same age as Hua Xiao. Gu Nianji was embarrassed and awkwardly turned on the car's audio and visual system and changed the topic, are there any good radio stations these days? Heejichu didn't say anything and let her change the channel herself. Soon, they arrived at the B University female graduate student dormitory. Heejichu dropped her off at the entrance and said, next time, if you're late at the library, remember to call me. I'll pick you up. Gu Nianji quickly pressed her palms together. Thank you, Professor He. Thank you, Professor He. Heejichu waved his hand. Study hard. There are only 3 weeks left. His expression when he said this was almost identical to Hua Xiaoheng's. Gu Nianji nodded sheepishly and watched Heejichu's car leave. Just as she was about to turn around and enter the dormitory building, she saw the black-shirted young man she had seen before standing beside the dormitory building door, talking to a girl. The girl's fair face blushed as she raised her head to look at the youth. Her eyes revealed an infatuated expression. Gu Nianji, she wasn't interested in romance, but because the girl was also from the law faculty and seemed to be a third-year master's student, she took a few more glances at her. As expected, the black-robed youth looked over. His nose was as straight as a mountain peak, and his face was too pale, giving him a weak sense of beauty. He looked at Gu Nianji with a gentle and polite expression, but there was an indescribable sense of arrogance in the depths of his eyes. Gu Nianji retracted her gaze and deliberately acted as if she didn't know the person at all. She directly entered the building. The black-shirted young man was Ishihara Taro. Ever since Gu Nianji had been taken away by the ambulance, he had mobilized the Ishihara Corporation's power to search for Gu Nianji's whereabouts in all the major hospitals in the imperial capital. The strange thing was that Gu Nianji seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. He couldn't find her at all. This was really strange. He remembered the time when Gu Nianji fell. The reaction force from the fall usually killed or paralyzed her, so he refused to give up and searched everywhere. In the end, it was his grandfather who was worried that he would alert the enemy and make it more difficult for them to be on guard. He ordered them not to move again, so he finally gave up. However, only 2 days later, Gu Nianji actually appeared on her own. And she seemed to be completely fine. Ishihara Taro fell into deep thought. Could it be that there was still a problem with his algorithm? Could it be that her fall wasn't as severe as he had expected? Ishihara Taro was in a hurry to go back and verify his algorithm, so he left the school in a hurry. When he returned to his apartment in the imperial capital, he found his grandfather there. "Grandfather, you're not staying in the U Mountain Villa district anymore?" Ishihara Taro asked curiously. Ishihara Taro's grandfather's name was Ishihara Wakashi. He sat on the recliner in the living room by the French windows and said calmly, "I want to stay with you for a few more days. I'll be returning to Japan next month. What about you? Do you want to go back with me?" Ishihara Taro understood what his grandfather meant. "Don't worry, I'll definitely settle this matter before you return to Japan." After saying that, he remembered Gu Nianji he had seen today. "Grandfather, Gu Nianji returned to school today." Ishihara Wakashi opened his eyes suddenly. Returned to school? She was so badly injured, how could she return to school? Who sent her back? Ishihara Taro was a little ashamed. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't know if there was a problem with the algorithm, but her injury wasn't as serious as I had expected." Ishihara Wakashi couldn't hide his disappointment. How could this be? After a moment of silence, Ishihara Wakashi said tiredly, "Then prepare well. You can't make a mistake next time." "Yes." Ishihara Taro knelt on the cold marble floor in the living room and kowtowed to Ishihara Wakashi. After Ishihara Wakashi left, Ishihara Taro threw himself into a frenzy of calculations. He didn't even go to class at B University. Machichi was very happy that Gu Nianji had returned. She pulled her over and looked her over. She smiled and said, "Thank goodness you're fine. When I heard you were taken away by the ambulance that day, I was so shocked that I called Brother Xiong more than 10 times to ask him if he knew where the ambulance took you. Luckily, Brother Xiong told me not to worry." Gu Nianji patted her shoulder. "Alright, I know you and Brother Xiong love each other, so stop showing off your affection. My injury looked especially serious, but it was actually nothing. It was just a dislocated ankle. Professor, he was worried for nothing. I went to get an X-ray and reconnected the bone, then I'll be fine." "Dislocated? Then be careful. It'll be very uncomfortable if it becomes a habitual dislocation." Machichi quickly smoothed it out. Everyone knew that Gu Nianji had fallen and was taken away by the ambulance, but they couldn't tell how serious it was. After all, no one saw her bleed at the time. They only saw her sit on the ground. Therefore, after the ambulance arrived, there were also people who took the opportunity to mock Gu Nianji's condition and say that she was deliberately making a big deal out of it to avoid the final exams. "I'll be careful," Gu Nianji said as she stretched. She wouldn't explain her real condition to others. "I'm going to rest for a while. Don't disturb me." I know. Go to sleep. No matter who comes, they won't wake you up." Machichi expressed that she wanted to keep an eye on her. Gu Nianji smiled and hugged her before turning to go back to her room. After resting for the whole morning, she started classes in the afternoon. The first 2 days were fine, but the third day was Friday. There was a compulsory law class at 2 in the afternoon. It was the last and most important class, so she had to attend it. After that, she would have exams. The final exams at B University lasted a week, so she actually only had 2 weeks to study. She wished she could use 1 hour as 2. She hurried from the library to the lecture hall and sat down next to Machichi. The lecture hall quickly quieted down. The teacher of the compulsory class walked in leisurely. Behind him was a handsome young man wearing a short gray coat. It was Ishihara Taro. Gu Nianji was stunned. This guy was also a B University student? She quickly nudged Machichi. Who's that? Machichi looked up. Oh, that's the Japanese transfer student from our faculty, Ishihara Taro. It was the 3rd period. The guaranteed monthly votes had been dropped. Dear friends, you can vote now. Today is Monday. Recommendation votes are also very important. Good night, dear friends. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.